street. He's kicking everything with his feet, with his feet. Fighting on the wrong side of the law, of the law. Don't drink, don't fight, don't sleep at night and shake a leg, shake a leg, shake a leg, shake a keeping out some device in the back of my face. Kicking ass in the class, they tell me you're a damn disgrace. They tell me what they think, what they think, and I really don't care. Get in mind of my own, move on, get out of my head. Shake a leg, shake your leg, shake a leg. Wait the day, shake a leg. Get stuck in, shake a leg, shake a leg. Magazines, wet dreams, dirty women on the scenes for me. A big lips, skin lips, tricky dicks on my chemistry. Got against the grain, trying to keep up insane with you. So stop your grinning and drop your leaning for me. I'll shake a leg, shake your leg, shake a leg. Wait the day, shake a leg. Get stuck in, shake a leg, shake a leg. Come on. Idle juvenile on the street, on the street. Kicking everything with his feet, with his feet. Fighting on the wrong side of the law, of the law. Spitting and fighting, kicking and fighting for more. Shake a leg, shake your leg, shake a leg. Wait the day, shake a leg. Get stuck in, shake a leg. Play the wheel, shake a leg. Shake your leg, shake a leg. Wait the day, shake a leg. Get stuck in, shake a leg. Shake a leg. Shake a
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It is October 17th, 2024. It's Thursday. I should start date coding the beginning of the VODs. We should start doing that. Probably something I should have done a long time ago. But, yeah. I should probably open with that. It is this day, and we're ready to build in Satisfactory. Good news, everyone! The factory must grow. Was that AC/DC? That was a cover band. They're date coded in YouTube? Yeah. All right. Gregor's, that was an AC/DC cover band. Here, I'll link it up. That's why that one doesn't mute the VOD, because it's a cover. So I'll link it up in chat. That's called High Voltage. They're well, a tribute band, I guess. Didn't get around to fixing this, guys, because I've been messing with trying to get the YouTube monetization working. Fun fact, my VOD channel over its entire tenure has made $31.25. That's pretty good. Oh, cool. It sounds similar. Well, they're supposed to. It's a tribute band, dude. It's supposed to sound similar. That's why I played it, because it's awesome. And that version of Shake a Leg is amazing. Whoa, we could go to Olive Garden, yeah! Cheers, what's up, dude? With a 19er. Woo, sub-anniversary. Large factory building. Yep. All right, let's load up Satisfactory and we will get to it. Hello, Dockmaster. Shipmaster, brute ships, staggered line. They outnumber us 6-1. Then it shall be an even fight. I fell off my desk chair when you said how much it's made. Yeah. That's actually just the VODs channel. So I have the EJSA VODs and EJSA 1, which is the main, that's this channel that you're on right now if you're watching on YouTube. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, also, quick update. I want to point it out, just as a matter of fact, I did in fact make Brimo dinner last night after ranting about canceling Constellation and how it was an awful idea. What do you think? What do you think? I made Brimo some shepherd's pie. Huh? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. We made some shepherd's pie, and it was freaking delicious. I did the shepherd's pie in a cast iron skillet, the way it's meant to be done. And man, was it, yeah. It looks like a pie for sure. I'll take it. I'll take it. And look. I want to point it out. She posted this on her own with no goading for me, just so I could be like, yeah, chat, look at that. Actually, to be honest, that came out real good. I was pretty proud of that. I did spill a little bit on the stove, but whatever. Proper shepherd's pie or the American version? That's probably the American version, Zombie. What's the difference? We know you paid her $31. Shh. You can't. No, I didn't, Dean. I didn't, because you can't cash out YouTube unless you get $100. Ah! You paid her. We know there's a ring. Okay, that one did. All right, you got me there. Who caused EJ to get all riled up and have him go on another Constellation rant? Actually, it wasn't a viewer. There was a post on Twitter Element from George Sowers. He was like the head R&D scientist at ULA for a long time, and he was talking about how congressmen wouldn't let him do anything because wouldn't let him make refueling like a reusable Centaur, because if they did, it would threaten SLS, right? And I talked about the implications of why they thought that. You know, everybody likes to look at it as like, oh, it's a conspiracy to keep spaceflight down. No, it's a conspiracy to keep jobs in districts. That's literally congressmen's job. Why it's kind of absurd that we're shunning congressmen. We're giving congressmen crap for actually doing what they're supposed to do. Like, yeah. So that I had to get into details. It got nasty. But, yeah. Google pâté chinois. Now to reply with something about old trucks. Hey, Rick. Tier 1. Why are my alerters? Why isn't the alerter going off? That's weird. So in 2024, you can cash out your YouTube retirement. Yeah, Nerf. Actually, dude, I do put away for retirement every year. I have a Roth IRA. I rolled over 401k from the normie job that I had before I started streaming. I rolled it into a Roth IRA, and I contribute a good amount of money every year. So yeah, I am building a retirement. I have a retirement plan as a streamer, which is... That's a sentence I never thought that's a weird sentence. I don't like that sentence. It's a sentence I never thought I'd say, but it's absolutely true. Yep. I'm very careful. Very careful with cash. Student loans have traumatized me into being the most fiscally conservative melon farmer around. Like I'm the stereotype of a cheap Italian. I'm like, no. Why are we gonna buy something new? This one works. Why are we doing that? Like, that's me. Why I gotta buy a new truck? I don't buy a new truck. I have this crap box truck. It works just fine. It works just fine. We talked about the Axiom suit yesterday, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, just a little bit of reference there. Also, I'm looking at that and getting very hungry. That was tasty, man. Anyway, what's the difference between that's your shepherd's pie. Okay. What is this ugly thing? What is that, Thomas? Hold on, I'm keeping up with chat here. Oh, that thing. Oh, God. Thomas, this looks like something somebody cooked up in KSP. Not gonna lie, dude. That... Run our own automotive business, then you're like, okay, I need 30K in the bank at all times. Yeah, right? Student loans hit different. Yep. It does. This looks like something somebody made with tweak scale in KSP. No joke. It's designed to move wind turbine blades around, guys. That's the whole idea. Yeah, it's designed to move 3 turbines for a wind turbine around. Not the stupidest thing in the world, but yeah. Wait, who the hell linked this? One of you crazy melon farmers linked this thing. Jackie Devoy, the sun and moon in the sky at the same time. Explain that on your spinning ball in Earth. Stay. Bro. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. Dude. Oh, man. That's awesome. I hope that's a joke. I really do. The ATL 98 Carver. Look at all the community notes. Yeah. Buenos dias! What's up, man? Oh, that's a...
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. It decided to go through. It took forever. It's almost like the moon is closer to us than the sun. I mean... Dean, I'm not sure... Titan visit. Okay, yeah. Good call. I'm not sure if I should even bother explaining. Like, is anybody just generally curious about why the sun and the moon can appear in the sky at the same time? Like, I mean...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, if anybody's just genuinely curious, I can explain it if you want. Like, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure everybody here knows. Hello, Titans. Oh, look at that, a blue power slug. An arcade-style Gallagher machine. Thank you, Peter. Oh, computer. Motor. Good job,
Discovery,
Titan.
go at throttle up.
Nice. I'm more curious about why Geek is still in bed. Because they forgot to turn off the projection. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah. All the subs are coming through right now. This feels so much more lighthearted than the end of yesterday's stream. Spade, sometimes I get real, dude. Sometimes I get real. Like, I turn off the whole happy content creator vibe. Sometimes I get a little real. Forgive me. But spaceflight policy is super important to me. I don't know if you could tell. Like, I'm not sure what gave it away. I kind of lay it on a little thick. What NASA does is super important. I think our destiny lies in the stars. Ha 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 ha. I'm working on this. Don't worry. It's maintenance right now. So yeah, I usually like to have a good time most of the time, but sometimes we get real. Sometimes we get real. Sometimes, but it's like I'd say like 80% fun and like 20% like super real. You know what I mean? What do you 80-20? I think is pretty good. That's a pretty good. But yeah, we'll either make it to the stars or go extinct. Yeah, Dean, you get it, dude. You get it. So when you were really late last night, was the couch comfortable? No, RC. No. Oh. Hold on one second. I hate it. Okay, cool. Moving on. No. See? Happy wife, happy life. Check that out. I cooked up some shepherd's pie. It was beautiful. There was no couch involved here, except me lazing on the couch watching Scott Manley's booster landing video on YouTube after job well done. Whoever made that art needs to be locked up. Oh, not that. Wait, this? It's good, man. So I browned the taters in the oven. I put the oven on broil, dudes. That's how I did this. We boiled the potatoes, mashed them, right? We didn't stick them in a stew, but we kind of did. And then in the cast iron skillet on the stove, yeah, it's an electric range. I know. We're getting gas. Don't worry. I sauteed carrots, celery, onions with thyme, a little bit of garlic powder. You can still see some of the time where I missed because that's, dude, believe me, you work in a kitchen, that's a rookie mistake right here. See that? Rook move. You're supposed to get the stuff in the pan. That's the whole idea. And then a little bit of oil, a little bit of water in there. And then, yeah, Brimo made the mashed potatoes, and then we put sour cream in the mashed potatoes, and it was sour cream, and I put Parmesan. Whenever I mash potatoes, I put Parmesan cheese in it. And then we put cheddar on top of that, on top of all the stuff that I cooked in the skillet, and we put that in the oven for a couple of minutes just till it browned it up, and it was magical. It was very tasty. Oh, also, yeah, that's what all the red is right there. I put some tomato paste. I put tomato paste and some beef concentrate, some beef stock in when I was sauteing up all the vegetables. And then we put, obviously, ground beef in there, too. You should make a cookbook. This isn't my recipe, but it's a good one. Yeah, I mean, my cookbook, dude, my food is very Spartan. What I eat during the week is like hot dogs. I just cook a hot dog and some corn, like bagged corn and like some Instamash, dude. Just make sure you get some protein, some starch, and a little bit of carbs. And I don't really gain any weight, but I also, yeah, I don't cook, like, I cook enough just to get, like, basic food groups, dude. But, yeah, I usually just have a bowl of soup or something. Concentrated beef. But yeah, that beef was focusing really hard. It's shepherd's pie. Yep. Fun fact, electric stoves are the norm here, not gas. Yeah, and you use antifreeze to heat buildings, Doom. That's a little strange. Your propylene glycol, bud. Oh, yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Why not use, whatever. Consider induction. Induction works really well with the cast iron. I like gas, Aqualux. We already have a gas line, dude. That electric stove is okay. It gets the job done, but it's like the electric heater in Stationeers. You know, if I use it all the time, my electric bill goes haywire. Ooh, ammunition. Thank you, Titan. Ooh, motors. Thank you, Titan. Hello, Titan. Stators. Thank you very much. Oh, a nuclear novelist. All right. Yeah, and actually, Raymond, a viewer over on the YouTube side of things. I don't think Ray's here right now. I think he's at work. He was like, dude, do cooking streams. I'm like, all right, if that's what you want, sure. Like, if that's what you want, we can do that. Once again, I'll admit that was not my recipe. That's not my recipe. I'm Italian. I don't know how to cook shepherd's pie. For real. But it was good shepherd's pie, and I do like shepherd's pie for what it's worth. You need another nuclear test for confirmation? We've been badgering you for cooking streams for a while. Yeah, I know, you're not wrong. I worked in a restaurant, dude, for a long time, so, I mean, I can do it. I can cook. And fellas, this is for the fellas out there, all right? Where my fellas at? No. If you want to try to get the attention of a significant other, you want to try to get the attention of a girl, show her you can cook. Trust me on that one. You will not fail. It's true. Serious. I mean, that just works basically with any significant other too, just in case we have any other folks out there. Like, yeah, that just works. Cooking is it works. It works. Trust me. Learn to cook. Trust me on this one. I would not steer you wrong. I know it's the internet and I know people are weird, but I wouldn't steer you wrong on that. Does toast suffice? Yeah, sure. We have Jack cooking shows. Dude, they burnt the bacon. Did you see that, Dean? They burnt the bacon. I'm sitting here watching them going, oh, what the heck are you doing? You're burning the pig. What's wrong with you? What are you? I'm an idiot sandwich. You're an idiot sandwich! Sorry. We need EJD and Yak bacon cook-off stream. See, what they're not expecting, though, is if we do a bacon cook-off stream, I'm going to bake the bacon. Trust me on this one. Bake the bacon. You can fry it. You can pan fry it. And pan-fried bacon is delicious. Don't get me wrong. Baked bacon. Trust me on this one. Baker sheet, parchment paper, lay the bacon down, put it in the oven. Trust me on this one. 375 for 20 minutes. You got it, Dean. Baking the bacon makes the bacon perfect. What temperature? 375 for 20 minutes. Low heat. You don't need a lot of heat. I don't eat cookies anymore, Tara, to be honest with you. Anyway, let's get to work. We need the Halo music. The Librarian's Gift. This one right here. No, maybe not that one. Yeah, that one. Last, take a look at the photo I took yesterday. I'll check your last in a second. Nice picture, dude. Hey, Jade, that's a great picture. What telescope did you use? As a female, Geek couldn't cook and I still married him, so not 100%. Look, I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying it helps you walk. Okay? All jokes aside, I know your Italian ass must have some crazy good recipes in your brain. Man, you don't even know. Lycan, where is your last? I did not see it. 420 to 800 millimeter lens. Nice. That's a nice lens, man. Lycan, where's your last? Who are you talking to? Did I just fart? Hey, AJ, I think you need more inspiration from Halo. No. No, we gotta know. I could never understand how to play this game. What do you mean, Bebop? You just build a factory. It's just building factory to grind through the tiers. It's pretty straightforward. Do you think... What is that, Chris? What are you talking about? Your Twitch chat is nuts. Yeah, they're alright. Do you generally get upset if someone snaps pasta? Yeah. I mean, I get why people do it, Zombie, but like, okay, you want the secret? Italians get pissed off at that because that you don't need to do that. You're adding a step. It's a superfluous step. Okay, you don't need to do that. Dude, just put it in, and when it gets al dente, it'll just fold itself into the pot. You don't need to break it. People think like, oh, it's out of the pot. I should break it in half and put it in. No, that defeats the point. That defeats the point of having spaghetti. Okay. The beauty of the spaghetti is that you can take it and you can twirl it on your fork. You could stab a meatball into the spaghetti and then twirl it on your fork, and you get a meatball at the end with the spaghetti twirled around the fork. That's the whole idea. If breaking it in half makes it not twirlable, and if you can't twirl the damn spaghetti, what the hell are you doing? Like, how do you eat that? Just saying. Like, that's the gist behind that. Why would you do that? You're making the food objectively more difficult to eat. The whole point of Italian food is that it's simple. It's not hard to make. You don't need to try a lot. That's why it's taken as insulting, because you're making something that doesn't need to be complicated more complicated, right? It defeats the point, Carmella! Yeah, no, breaking the spaghetti is amateur hour, dude. That's somebody that doesn't understand. Like, the reason why Italians like take it as disrespect is because you're not even bothering to understand why spaghetti is easy to be made. It's just another meal, and that's no. It's not just another meal. That doesn't fly too well, dude. That doesn't fly too well with Italians, man. Trust me on this one. We need more SSDOs, Chris? Oh, dude, you'll get no argument from me. Yo, Gary, what's up? What did I walk into? People were asking me if we were talking about cooking, Gary, and people were asking me, why do Italians get pissed when you break spaghetti? Well, because it's disrespectful. Have you ever made your own red sauce? Yeah, Coltec. You weren't here for it, dude. I grew a bunch of tomatoes over the summer in my garden in the backyard. I have a bunch of planters in the backyard. I grew Roma tomatoes and I made sauce with it. Dude, there is nothing that smells more amazing than baked tomatoes in the oven. You got to bake the tomatoes so you can get the skin to get off, so you can, make it into a sauce. You got to get the skin off, so you got to bake them. Holy crap, it smells amazing. That's why I love Ciopino. You take everyone's catch of the day, boil it, and put it under grandma's sauce over a bit of linguine. Yeah, of course. Yeah, see, that's Damn it, now I'm hungry. Was that a shepherd's pie you made? Yes. Yeah, see, you guys get it. So how does an SSDO work? A single stage to orbit, Chris? What do you mean, how does it work? Like, okay, how technical do you want to get here, dude? Like, you gotta gauge the response. You want let me gauge your response here. What, do you want a general explanation of a single stage to orbit? Or do you want, like, technical? Like, how much into the meat and potatoes? I'm hungry again. How much into meat and potatoes you want to get here? Very technical. Okay. All right, give me 1 sec. So, we do need to get work done on this, but all right. So, a single stage to orbit style rocket is a rocket that, or space plane. It could be a plane. It basically means that you're not dumping stages. So if we take a look, what is a stage dump? Give me 1 second, hold on. Stop it. So take a look at a Saturn V, for instance. Saturn V is a 3-stage rocket, okay? So how rockets generally work is you have your first stage, second stage, third stage, or just 2 stages. What they basically do is because of the amount of power, it's actually not power, it's acceleration. We'll say acceleration if we want to be technical. The amount of acceleration that you need to get out of Earth's grav well is pretty dang high. It's about 9,000 meters a second. So this thing needs to have enough thrust and enough power to accelerate to 9,000 meters a second. That's enough to get just into low Earth orbit. Now, the Saturn V has another stage on top so it can go further. That other stage is another probably 4 or 5 kilometers a second. So that's to get you out to the moon. That's why, I mean, you needed that third stage. The Saturn V is useless for a lunar rocket without that, right? But I digress. Let's just talk about getting into low Earth orbit because we're talking about SSTOs. So generally, you need stages. What happens is when the first stage runs out of fuel, it separates, okay? The S1C. Here, we go to this website real quick. So, Saturn first stage C variant, okay? It has a fuel tank and an oxidizer tank and 5 engines. When this runs out of fuel, it separates. And then the S2, Saturn's second stage, ignites. There's a hydrogen and oxygen tank here, and you have engines here. So that pops off, right? This whole thing gets discarded. It just falls into the ocean. And then the second stage fires. And then when that's out of fuel, that gets discarded. That burns up in the atmosphere. And then the S4B is this is from basically the cone forward. That's what takes you out to the moon, right? So the point is that you have staged fuel tanks. So you have a set of fuel and oxidizer tanks here, a set of fuel and oxidizer tanks here, a set of fuel and oxidizer tanks here. Each time these run out of fuel, you discard it, right? That makes the mass of the vehicle lower, right? And you're basically discarding quote unquote dead weight. All right. It's not dead weight though, because if you want to be technical, Chris, you wanted technicality. If you want to be technical, rockets, weight has nothing to do with it. It's mass. Why? Because when you're in space, you don't have any weight. There's no weight. All weight is a gravitational force affecting a mass. Okay? Or just a force affecting a mass. Basically, in the context, weight in the context of celestial bodies and planets is just the gravitational acceleration on the mass of you. That's what your weight is. Okay? That is not necessarily mass. Those are two different things. Mass is just what you, like how much of you is there, right? So, we want to shed dead mass. We don't need that. Now, a single stage to orbit wouldn't do that. A single stage to orbit, Aqualex, I'm going there. A single stage to orbit wouldn't do that. What a single stage to orbit, or SSTO, does for short is basically just take off like a rocket or like a plane, it could be either one, and no parts fly off. It flies all the way up into space, deploys its payload or does what it needs to do, and then comes back down. The idea is that you don't discard stuff into the ocean. You get your whole vehicle back. But here's the thing. Here's the contrast. SSTOs are doable. We can do them. They came up with concepts for them in the 2000s, about 20 years ago, that project. Right? This is called Venture Star. They had an idea on how to do it. Lockheed did, and the Skunk Works, so the same people that made the SR-71, the U-2, they came up with the idea for it. Raid for Mr. Gibbons. What's up, dude? Thank you. I'm in an explanation on SSTOs, guys. Give me 1 second. But Gibbons, thank you for the raid, dude. If you have something to do, that's cool. If you want to stick around and hear me nerd out about something, you're more than welcome to. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Guys, give Gibbons a follow. Gibbs a good streamer, a good buddy of mine. Plays a lot of the same games that I do. Guys, I actually didn't check. What was Gibbons playing today? Oh, good. Happy to listen to you nerding. What were you playing? Were you Cities in and Up, dude? Mech. Oh, Mech Warrior 5. Nice. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. All right, so, Chris, with a single stage to orbit, the whole thing flies up into space and the whole thing comes back down. But the hard part about that is getting enough energy into this to fly all the way up there. Remember, you need 9,000 meters a second. You need to accelerate 9,000 meters a second. So if you just think basically in a vacuum, right? No air, no earth or anything, like just in space. If you have this rocket fully fueled and you're at a stop position in space, and the rocket fires its engines until its fuel tanks are empty, you will accelerate 9,000 meters a second. Okay, that's about 30,000 feet per second, give or take, if somebody wants to use America units, right? That's a lot, right? You need a lot of power in a small-ish package to make something like an SSTO work. The reason why? You're not shedding the dead weight that I was talking about, or the dead mass. So SSTOs are conversely very hard to make because of Earth's gravwell. The gravwell is a pain in the butt. Our gravwell for a planet this size, our gravity well is pretty strong. You need a lot of power to accelerate fast enough to break Earth's gravity. So SSTOs they are possible. You could do it. It's just gonna be a lot of engineering. Even SpaceX, right, with the crazy funding that Starship frankly has at that point, Elon still insisted on a 2-stage system, which makes sense. That's a smart idea. But that has more to do with them wanting to go to Mars with it and stuff, not necessarily like efficiency for single stages, right? That extra mass, all that empty fuel tank that you're carrying up for, you pay for. It's harder to accelerate that whole vehicle rather than it is to have just pieces come off, right? Could you use normal airplane engines with rocket engines with a couple of rockets, and that when it hits space you can use rockets? Sure, that's possible. There are concepts of doing that. That's just that's a hard problem to solve, because if you had an airplane that had rocket fuel tanks, you're looking at a lot of extra weight. The reason why is, like I said before, it has to do with, if you look at the Saturn V again, remember, there's 2 fuel tanks per stage, Chris. So think about this for a second. There's 2. One of them, so with the Saturn 1 first stage, I'll just use this as an example. This tank is full of kerosene, so it uses something like diesel fuel. So gasoline. All right, just once again, if you want to be technical, it's called RP1. It's a highly refined version of kerosene, similar to jet fuel or diesel fuel. Like it's kind of like that. Fun fact, they dye it blood red so you can see it, because it's clear liquid otherwise. Yeah. If you Google a picture, like do an image search of RP1, it'll look like Kool-Aid. And then here's the tough part with making a plane with a rocket engine built into the back. That's liquid oxygen. You got to remember, where you fly up into space, right? There's no oxygen. Rockets have to bring the oxygen with them. A jet engine can use the oxygen in our atmosphere to make thrust. All you need to do on an airplane is carry the fuel. You don't need to carry this part. Now, Chris, take a look. That tank's bigger than this tank. It's way bigger. Oxygen is higher mass. Remember, I was talking to you about mass. If you want to be plain Jane about it, it weighs more than the kerosene that you have to take with it. So if you wanted to make an airplane that had a rocket engine built into the back, you'd have to make an airplane that's powerful enough to lift that. That's hard to do. That's why nobody's done it. It's a difficult task. But remember, everybody says that, everybody's going to say it's a difficult task until someone comes along and does it. Look at SpaceX catching Booster 12 the other day. Everybody thought that was impossible until Sunday, and then they did it. And now everyone's like, oh, yeah. And actually, they're not. People are still kind of flabbergasted by it, Chris, to be honest. Right? It's not that it's impossible. It's that up until this point, and I hate thinking like this, to be honest with you, nobody's bothered doing it because what's the point? What's the point of making something like that? Now, I talked about this last night on Space News. That's the stupidest way of thinking. I hate thinking like that. Oh, well, there's no point. There's no point of doing this. There's no point. You're never going to make the money back that you invested in building a vehicle like that. If we had thought that way 100 years ago, we wouldn't have cars. Why do I need a car? A horse is just fine. A car requires way more maintenance and it's way expensive, and you need to fill it up all the time. Blah, blah, blah. But why do we need cars? Cars are too expensive. You'll never make enough cars to break even. Oops. And Henry Ford said, frick all you guys. I'll figure it out. You guys can kiss my butthole. Right? Like, probably didn't say that. But you know what? He was kind of a jerk, so he probably did say that. It was probably more vulgar than that. But That's another story. You know, you shouldn't sit here. Like, the reason why no one's done that is because nobody's dreamed hard enough or had the capital to do it. Because nobody's going to see a return on investment. We think of everything in a return on investment, which is stupid. Ironically, the rocket that has gone the furthest and been one of the most influential in spaceflight history wasn't made for profit. Interestingly enough. The point is, you shouldn't, don't let your dreams be dreams. But yeah, Chris, an SSDO is possible. It's possible. You could do that. The other thing you got to take into account is that, you know, you have your proverbial airplane that has rocket engines on it. Not only are you pulling all this extra mass up in the air, right? Once your rocket engine fires, your jet engines, when you get up into space, your jet engines are useless. They're useless. They don't do anything. They need atmosphere to work, right? There's no atmosphere up there. Like I said, you got to bring it with you, right? So there's trade-offs here. It's always a trade-off, dude. Like, Chris, I don't know if you've ever played Tetris, right? You ever played the game Tetris? It's just a little video game. Spaceflight and engineering is kind of like that. You don't really ever win. You just kind of get better. There's always a trade-off for a move, right? Like if you're playing Tetris and you're hedging your bets on the 4x1 piece to get all 4 lines all at once, so you leave a big gap, right? That's how you have to think when you go about conducting spaceflight. There's always a trade-off. You want the benefits of jet engines, so you don't need a first stage, right? But now you have to carry those jet engines all the way up into space. That's a lot of extra mass to move, which is why we still use staged rockets to this day. Hey, Dave, what's going on? Great explanation. I think Tim has a good video about SSDOs as well. Yeah, SSRP. Yeah. Tim's video was pretty good. I'm not trying to start beef with Tim. I love that guy. That guy's the man. I like him a lot. I very much look up to that dude. He's kind of blazing a trail for STEM educators, like what we do here, right? You know, I refuse to believe that SSDOs couldn't be done. Lockheed saw that there was promise in this idea. Can you imagine how useful something like this would be for making Starlink? This would be a great vehicle for making a Starlink constellation. It would be insanely good at doing that, provided you achieved rapid turnaround. The problem is that the development money that you're going to need to make a spacecraft go all the way up into space and come all the way back down is very difficult. Look at Starship. Even with SpaceX's crazy R&D, they're not having trouble with the tiles, but it's still taking some time to iterate, right? And that's doing it with that's doing rapid testing, which is the most expensive way to get stuff done, right? Like that, running Starbase is not cheap. It's not a cheap thing to do. I think in the Save RGV lawsuit that SpaceX has, we talked about this yesterday on Space News. It costs about $4 million a day to keep Starbase going. And part of that is like, you know, getting the tiles to work right, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's not easy to make a vehicle like that. But if you had something like this making a Starlink network would be great. But here's the problem. And this kind of shows why SpaceX is so genius in this regard. That's good at making a satellite constellation. Not much else. It's not the best at, I mean, you could do some cool low Earth orbit stuff with it, and maybe put upper stages inside of the payload bay to shoot payloads off to Geo or something. But VentureStar doesn't really do much beyond that. Like, it's not really, what do you do with it? You're not going to the moon with this thing. For the same reason why building an SSDO is a pain in the butt in the first place. If you wanted to send this thing out to the moon, well, guess what? It uses all of its fuel by the time you're up in space. And you only have enough to come back down. Right? But even if you did somehow refuel this thing, and you wanted to send it out to the moon, you're carrying you're carrying wings and all this extra crap with you that you don't need. It's the same thing that I was talking about with Chris a second ago, is lugging your jet engines up into space. You don't need those. You don't need these. You don't need wings on the moon. So why would you? Why would you take it with you, right? And therein lies part of the reason, like I said, why Starship, for instance, is a 2-stage system. Because it's all the benefits of this, right? But you can refuel it on orbit and it can go further. And if you're going further, there can be variants of Starship that don't necessarily need the wings. See what I mean? SpaceX is going for not just a low, like the end-all be-all of low Earth orbit reusable vehicles, albeit not an SSTO, but they're going for a vehicle that you could pretty much send anywhere. SpaceX is positioning Starship to be basically a 747, the 747 of spaceflight. But yeah, Chris, hopefully that helps a little bit. We didn't get there. We could get into more specifics, dude, but I have work to do in Satisfactory. If you want to talk more about this during Space News, in about 5 hours, I have a segment on stream that
On Miro.
No, go away. It wants to play ads all the time. My ad blocker is not doing well anymore. If you want to talk more about this, I do a Space News segment on stream and just where we just talk about what's going on in the industry, but I also can answer. I'll also answer questions too. And no runway is needed with Starship either. That's right. Could you use SpaceX's refueling on an SSTO? Yeah, you could, but Chris, yeah, sure, of course you could. I mean, you could do anything as long as it's in the confines of, as long as you're working in the confines of the laws of physics, sure, you could do that. Why? Starship already gets into space, right? Why would you use it to refuel an SSTO? Starship can just do that, and it frankly would do the SSTO stuff almost better than the SSTO. Yeah, I mean, sure, you could. But that's what Starship is trying to do. There's going to be a low Earth orbit variant of Starship, and then there's going to be a refueling tanker version of Starship. Like I said, SpaceX is designing this with stakeholder expectations. So, like, they're designing it with their rules for how they design is that they're... Actually, my running thing is, if you look at a DC-10, so the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, just it's an airplane, right? It's a decent airplane, tri-jet made by McDonnell, right? I mean, Chris, I don't know if you know what this is, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to know. You don't need to be a plane expert to understand what I'm about to tell you, right? So the DC-10 started life as a passenger liner, right? But there are variants of it, okay? I mean, personally, if we're talking tri-jets, I like the L-1011 better, but that's another story. So check this out. Just because there's a passenger variant doesn't mean that there's a tanker, that there isn't a tanker variant. Well, there ain't a tanker variant anymore. People that know. They actually retired it. But see, that's the same plane, but it just has fuel tanks where the people should be. And you use that for in-flight refueling. SpaceX is going to do the same thing with Starship. There's going to be a passenger version, and then there's going to be a tanker version. SpaceX is treating Starship very much like an airplane that flies into space, even though it's basically not. But you get the idea. Simultaneously, there's also cargo variants of the DC-10. That is a cargo plane. You can see it was a passenger plane that's been converted to cargo. You could see where the windows were, right? But there's cargo variants of these planes too. See what I'm talking about? Chris, that's what they're going to do with Starship. So, you know, to answer your question fully, could you make an SSTO? Yeah, sure. Could Starship refuel it? Sure. But why would you? Why would SpaceX go and do that? Starship can do it. Starship will frankly do it better. I had a dream last night that they used Ship 26 as a private space station. Hey, geek. How do you organize a space party? You plan it, of course. Does the Starship booster have the side mounting points, or does it rest on the edge to the OLM? I'm not sure, Yum Food. But anyway, let's get to work. I'm pretty sure CAL FIRE has a DC-10. They do. They have a DC-10 and a 747. All right. So, we're going to get... Yesterday, we went through a big redo of where the Pillar of Autumn is supposed to be in its dry dock here. And I started remapping out where the ship needs to be. Here, let me show you. Ah, Thomas, that sucks. So see, we started working on the profile lines and started rescaling everything. I figured out kind of the final position of where the ship needs to be relative to the dock and everything. And yeah, we got the side profile lines figured out. Now we got to do the top profile and the bottom profile lines here to get this right. And that should give us kind of a skeleton of how we're going to design the ship. Now, where am I getting where am I getting these dimensions from? Well, a viewer in Twitch chat named Lunprod, who's a longtime viewer, a good buddy of mine, got the model that they used from Halo Reach of the Pillar of Autumn. You see that? That's what we're making in Satisfactory. If you notice, there's the dry dock. I kind of did a little mock-up of it. That's the dock, and that's where the ship is sitting in relation to it, right? This is the model that was actually used in the game, and we're taking measurements off of this model to get our dimensions right. Mr. Dick. Pillar of Wither. Seasons of Wither. That's what it's called. So, what we did was we kind of used the measuring tools in Maya to get the measurements from all the different points in 3D space on the side profile lines of the ship. Now what we're going to do is get the top profile. We're going to try to make a line that follows the top of the ship, and then we're going to make a line that follows the bottom of the ship. That's what I want to get done today. And once we get those lines, it'll be a little bit easier to figure out where everything is in 3D space here. Is it not supposed to sit down in the channel? See, Ditch, I got confused by that too. But no, it's actually not. Here, let me show you. So in the game, it's sitting up over the trench. The reason why is the trench actually isn't there for the big engines on the back of the Autumn. It's not there for that specific reason. The trench is there for the booster, the booster packs.
Hey everyone, welcome back
to
Installation
that's
Zero.
that's Installation 00. That's a great channel for understanding Halo lore and stuff. No. That's Installation 00's Autumn breakdown, which has been helping me. Pretty instrumental. Yeah, this one right here. So check this out. Though the trench is actually there for the booster packs. So if you look, hey, off-topic question for you. Have you heard of Cochrane Exploration? I have not, Ani. See, the trench is for the boosters, and it maneuvers it out of the flame trench. In this particular case, the boosters act like a stage. They're like a stage, like what we were talking about just a second ago. Pillar of Autumn is basically an SSTO, but it needs that to get up and away from the dock. And once again, the Halo developers are nerds. Whoever thought this up definitely knew something, at least a little bit, about rockets and how they work, which is kind of interesting. But you often do see that with well-researched sci-fi, right? No flame trench in the world is going to be able to take the thrust from those things. Those engines are huge. Probably, I don't know, 150 meter diameter on those nozzles, and there's two of them. Those engines are gigantic. It's enough to accelerate this ship from planet to planet, like pretty crazy like. So no flame trench, even in the Halo universe, would be able to take the thrust from that and be in one piece. Whatever you put behind this thing, you're gonna lose. It's kind of like Super Heavy, you know, with Pad A and the OLM. Like, I often theorized with Starship that whatever you put down underneath those 33 Raptors is really not gonna have a good day, and especially after Flight 1, I was kind of right. I mean, they put the water retention system down there, which is great, or the pad deluge, which is good, but can you imagine the amount of water you'd need to quench that thing? Nah. Their better solution was to build a launch pad for these rocket engines, right? And then have it maneuver out into a gigantic canyon and fire its engines there. No problem, Brimo. We'll do it later. Hey, Vargon, I'm good. That's not the slip space drive, though. Yeah, exactly. That's just for on-orbit maneuvering. But you got to remember, this is a fighting ship, so it's still got to go fast. It's so good, dude. I love it. I love it. So it's air-launched. Basically, yeah. You would need Niagara Falls to quench the, to put a proper pad deluge on this thing, or else it would shake it to pieces. That's provided that something like that engine actually exists in real life, but that's another story. Pretty stupid question, but would ion engines work in the atmosphere? Yeah, sure, why not? SEP works down here, Alto. The problem is that it's just not very powerful. But see, when you have solar electric propulsion hooked up to a fusion reactor that's the size of a football stadium, it works just fine. Oh yeah, it works just fine. Yeah, that's what those are. Those are SEP. Which is pretty interesting because, once again, the guys that did this knew what they were doing. That's a Hall effect thruster. That's what it looks like. There's one being tested down here just fine. Look. They did their homework. I'm impressed. I really am. That, you know, I just thought like, oh, it's just sci-fi. Like, you know, it's just got engines. No. They did their homework. You want a fusion engine. You're gonna, if you want an engine that uses electricity, that uses fusion, so the fusion reactor in here generates a bunch of electricity, and the electricity is arced through a combustion chamber and xenon gas or an inert or a noble gas is pumped into the chamber. That exists. That's a real thing. That's how satellites move around. That's how Starlinks move. Starlinks have these. Oh yeah, they're little guys. They're about that big, and a stiff breeze has more thrust than that, but once again, solar electric propulsion is entirely scalable. If you can generate more power, you can make a bigger thruster. So it's very interesting because that's actually legit. Like, the Halo guys knew what they were doing, which is very strange. I'm almost curious to see if they didn't have like an aerospace engineer consulting with how all this stuff works. I mean, if I was going to do sci-fi, that's what I would do. You know, any good sci-fi is rooted in some form of science reality, right? Like, but yeah, they really did their homework, man. I'm like super impressed about that. Why do you call it solar electric and not just ion thrusters? It means the same things, Eric. You could say either one. A Hall effect thruster, solar electric propulsion, it's all the same stuff. Solar electric propulsion would be an ion thruster that's powered by solar panels. So I guess that's probably not the best way to say it. We could just call it electric propulsion and call it a day. But yeah, Hall effect thrusters are a thing. That is exactly what the Pillar of Autumn uses right there. It's already something that exists. Pretty cool, huh? Could you use those as an SSTO? Once again, it's all about how much power you can generate. If we could generate enough power to power an ion engine that's that big, sure, why not? That is totally within the realm of possibility, but there might be some bad precedents with launching a nuclear reactor on a rocket, you know. People might get a little worried about that, but anyway. Let's get moving. You like the way the Ender's Game did SSTOs? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? We need to get the top profile line, so all right, let's go into our side view and get our main measuring tool out. I'm using this model in Maya. I'm using this model in Maya to basically measure every bit of this model to get it right. So, what do you guys want to do? You want to do the bottom side first or the top side first? I mean, It's kind of up to you. Doesn't matter to me. Will you just take liberties with the inside? No. No, Rocket Guy. The Halo lore has your bulkhead and structural design, dude. The ship is essentially a bunch of cylindric, or octagonal bulkheads that run the length of the ship, which makes sense for the thrust axis. Believe it or not, it actually makes, like, once again, it's not perfect, but there is some pretty good thought put into this. And the crazy part about this, dude, is that the Bungie developers put this stuff in their game into the level design. The design of the ship is not only part of the lore of Halo, but you see it in the actual levels where you're fighting through the Pillar of Autumn. See what I'm talking about? The octagonal structure is built into the grid. Now, from a game design standpoint, they used it as cover, so you can use it as cover. But the octagonal grid design is well explained in the lore from the books, and you see it in the game. Like I said, dude, nerds made this game. Nerds made Halo. Like, real nerds. Like, once again, they had to have somebody that knew something about aerospace engineering as a consultant. There's no way, because some of this stuff is too right for just a bunch of nerds to be like, oh yeah, it should be like this. It's actually really well thought out. Like, this is it's just a bunch of cylinders. The bulkhead of the ship is just a bunch of cylinders put together, which makes perfect sense for the longitudinal thrust axis of the ship. That makes perfect sense. For the ship to do that, for the ship to do this part right here, for the ship to do that in an atmosphere, right, with all the thrust that those engines put off, the hull would need to be extraordinarily strong on the long axis. And what do you know? It is. It's like I said, it's all super well explained. It's so cool, dude. Like look, if you look at it, it looks like just a bunch of rockets strapped together. Like it's just a bunch of cylinders. Smart. That's genius. Like, if we had an engine that was that powerful, that would work. I mean, I'd prefer perfect circles, but whatever. Yeah, the ships are... The fusion reactors in Kerbal generate enough energy to make an artificial gravitational field. Or in Kerbal. In Halo. I wish you could do that in Kerbal. That'd be pretty fun. Anyway. Let's start with the bottom profile. That's fine. Let's just take a look at it in 3D. Make sure we're in the ballpark here. I'm trying to get the main structure of the ship, not the armor plating. You know, we get the main structure of the ship, the armor plating will basically be easy to implement later. So we gotta go down 178 meters. So let's get our calculator out like what we were doing yesterday. We gotta go down 178 from the center line of the ship. So let's go back into Satisfactory, meaning we have to go down 178 meters from right there. So the bottom of the ship's gonna be like right there. So we gotta go climb up. The whole ship is built like a lattice structure that's strong on the longitudinal axis, which makes perfect sense. That design is a type of honeycomb paneling, which is used in a lot of space structures. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much research they actually put into. Like, you gotta understand, like, this is for a video game, dude. It doesn't need to be that in-depth. That's something that we would do. Like, you know, it's so ridiculously over the top in lore that, like, you don't need, like, you don't need to go that in depth with 3D, dude. You can fudge it because it doesn't need, you don't have to obey the laws of physics in any video game, right? But that's one of the reasons why I like Halo, dude. They went to some pretty damn good lengths to figure out how a lot of stuff worked, which is pretty cool. It really adds to the lore of the game, and it adds to the immersion when stuff is well explained, like Star Trek, or, well, I would say Star Wars, but you get the idea. Have you ever looked at Marathon? This isn't, no, I know Marathon does the same thing, hun. I've never played a Marathon game. I didn't have an Apple computer growing up, so never played them. Yeah, exactly, Zarek. There was a website devoted to the lore of the games, and it was thousands of pages. Hon, if I was gonna make a sci-fi shooting video game, dude, I would do the same thing. I would do the exact same thing. I would basically write out the entire story, all the lore, all the weapons, like I'm writing a sci-fi novel, and then make that into a video game, which is basically what they did, right? Like, that is what they did. Okay, so we're in position. We need to go down 178 meters from here. Have you seen what Hermes is doing with scramjets? Yes, absolutely, Dean. EJ should just go down the classic marathon from Steam then. Free, baby. Is it? Is it? I know that there is some marathon lore in Halo. I know that. Which is cool. Once again, nerds, man. So 178 divided by a 4-meter tall wall is 44 and a half. Okay, cool. So we need to go down. We're gonna need to go up from here too eventually, so. Okay, that's 20. $30. Okay, that's 40. We're going down 44 and a half. Don't forget to bring a water slide. Okay. 44 and 1/2. We're 178 meters down here. We could actually put that one here. We don't need this. Okay. Okay, this is where the bottom of the bulkhead, the bottom of the main body of the ship would be. Some of it is down a little bit in the trench, but yeah, there you go. Okay, so now from here, we got to go forward and basically to where hull segment 4 ends. Hull segment 4 is kind of this fat, chunky part of the back end of the ship. I'm basically gonna say right there is where that needs to be. So let's go forward all the way, and then we go down like this. Go into our isometric view here from the side. And we need to go from where the ship starts going up, right? Basically right there. Okay, we're going 201 meters forward from there. From there to there. 200 meters. So we are using 8-meter foundations. So 201 divided by 8. Basically 25 foundations forward from here. Okay, so that's one. Hey Jeff, what's going on, man? How are you? I'm doing just fine. I decided I wanted to build my factory into the Pillar of Autumn in Satisfactory for 1.0. You know, as one does. So we have, how many do we need? 25. Okay, easy. So we're at 11 right now because I started with 1 and then I just made 10. So if I make this a 9 zoop, we're at 20, right? Firework, the Pillar of Autumn is 1,170 meters long. From basically the back, the rims of the nozzles, all the way to the front of the ship, not including the antenna. So that's your radio communications right there. That's your planet. That's like a downward scanning radar. An air-to-ground radar. Basically your radar altimeter so they can scan planets and stuff. Cargo loading area. Just relays front and back. See, that's another thing, dudes. They have directional parabolic antennas. Pointed, you see how that's kind of fixed, pointed backwards? So when you're going away from Earth, for instance, right? You'd want your antenna facing behind you. Or a directional antenna, but they don't seem to have that. They have a backward-facing antenna, and then they have forward-facing antennas. Smart. The forward-facing antennas are for where you're going. That one's where you're coming from. Real spacecraft do that. Or you have a directional that can change directions. Yeah. Backwards facing and forwards facing antennas. That's absolutely a thing. Like a fixed position antenna, fixed positional antenna. The IM-1 lander, Intuitive Machines 1 lander, had fixed position antennas. Basically, they designed it so when they would land, the antenna's pointing right at Earth. The problem is it tipped over. So it was pointed at the ground. So you know what they did? They bounced the signal off of the ground and were able to connect with the thing on its side because the antenna was pointed and they bounced it off the lunar surface to get a signal with the lander. Super cool, actually. Okay, so we're 20 foundations in. We need 25. Okay, so where we're standing right here is where my locator is, right there. So now let's go into this view and figure out how much we need to go up to the start of hull segment 4, which is right here. We used this inner line, I think, for hull segment 4. We didn't use the ribs. That's the bulkhead. I'm sure you were asked this before, but would you make forward unto dawn in the future? Maybe. What a great post. That's awesome, Nova. I want you to make the railgun, but that's where your finished product comes out of your factory. I'll make the railgun, Dean, or at least I'll put something in. Dude, this ship is gigantic, man. I think we're gonna have enough room to make a pretty big factory inside of it. There's gonna be a lot of empty space. Like, what am I'm not gonna put the factory inside of the engines, right? The engines are gonna be empty space. Like, okay, so let's get the back locator here. Bring it forward. Zero it so the locators are on top of each other. Go into our side view again. That is where that line is right there. It's hard to see, the encoding kind of screws it up, but we're 18 meters that way. We got to go 18 meters up from here to get the rough shape. 10. 8. There we go. You thinking of adding power nodes to these sections so you can hover pack around? Once I get, yeah, Urban, once we kind of flesh out the skeleton a little bit more, I would, I'd probably do that. I think once we flesh out the skeleton, making the hold down points would probably be good, and then electrifying the hold down points, because that should give me enough blanket coverage to kind of move around inside of the hulls of the ship correctly. So, yeah, I will. Okay. So now we need the length of hull segment 4 here. So we'll 0 this, and then we go all the way to the front bulkhead of hull segment 4, which is here. Let's just check the locator in 3D space, make sure it's on the, basically the front of the flat part of 4. Yep. $512. So clear all this. $512 divided by 8, 64. It's actually more like 512 and a half here. So 512.5. Actually, that's a nice round number. 512 divided by 864. Any computer nerd should know that. Yeah. 64 forward. Let's do it. 10. Stick forward. Nice. Yep. 20. 30. Hey, Sneaky. We're blocking out the ship, Dean, so just ignore the angles here for a second. I'll add the angles in later. I'm trying to get the actual hull segments figured out, and then we add all the armor and the angles, dude. Basically, what's called, it's in 3D modeling, it's called a blockout. Crap, I think we're at 30, but I'll double check it. I'm trying to get just the major hull segments figured out, dude. And yeah, from there I can discern, like it'll be easier to figure out the angles once you get the hull of the ship figured out, you know? So we need to go to 64. It's gonna go through my marker wall there, that's fine. That's 40 right there. $50. That's weird that lined up. It lined up on half walls though. 60. Oh, crap. Alright, fine. Overlap it. What do I care? So this is 60, and then we need 4. Perfect. Okay, so we are now... We're out in front of the dock. I'm on fire! Hey, I didn't know you made house calls, Fohammer! You can almost hear it, Urban. You can hear it. No, it's not going to stop exactly at the marker wall. It's going to go a little bit further, Dean, because remember, the ODST drop segment is what we lined up with the rim. It should go a little further. That's actually right. I thought about that for a second. I'm like, no. All right, that's where the hull segment starts. Now, this kind of cavity right there is going to be a little weird to get right, but... Why are we picking up a float? Oh, crap. Oh, it's a decimal because we're not perfectly straight. There we go. I was wondering, if that number reads a decimal, we got problems. Okay, 65 up. $16.25 wall up from here. Just so I have a place to stand when I get up there. Alright, now what I want to do is go and look at the actual reach model here real quick. Let's go over here. The front of hull segment 4, we got to look at it from the side. That's basically where the front of 4 is. It's just, actually, yeah, it's basically over the edge of the dock. Hey, we actually estimated that pretty right. It's just over the edge. So hull segment 4 stops right here, where the transition from 4 to 3 is right on the edge. Now keep in mind, they have cliff formations. I just filled mine in with dry dock. But that tells me that the thickness that we went with, my choice to make this 15 deep, actually was right. Not to toot my own horn. I thought Dean was his internal dialogue until I realized it was a simul stream with YouTube. I try to call it when I'm talking to YouTube or Twitch chat, Rizik, but yeah. Okay, so that locator is where we currently are. Let's bring locator 11 up, make sure that reads 0, and then bring it this way. DJ Flex. Brandon, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's luck that I got that right. But sometimes eyeballing it works. Sometimes. All right, that's the front of 4. Remember, I'm not including that's the front of the whole segment of 3. I'm not including the armor around it. I'm trying to get the block shape. It actually needs to go further back. It's right there. See? We're not including the armor just yet. The armor is going to be hard to make, dudes. That's going to be difficult. Getting those angles right. We might have to resort to using beams. In which case, this is going to take a while. But if we're using beams, that means we can prefab. So, not the worst. All right. 86 forward. 86 divided by 8 meter foundations is 10 and 3/4. We'll go 10.5. It's close enough. No one's gonna notice a half-meter difference on a ship that's 1.17 kilometers long. Okay, next. Hull segment 2. Now, Hull segment 2 does have the downward scanning radar. I'm not including that. I'm trying to get at this part right here. See? That's the blocked out segment right there. That's what I'm trying to get at. Basically, this line right here. So we need to go right there and make sure that we're aligned. Let's go into the side view. What soundtrack is this? This is the Halo 2 soundtrack, man. It's good inspiration. I'm telling you, man, Halo was a trip, dude. We're very privileged to have a game like that. 13 meters up. Dude, you got immersed into a world where you're killing alien Starship Troopers style, the freaking, like, power metal like this, dude. No game has been able to replicate that just right since. It's so good, dude. Like, you saw, I don't know if you saw when I played through Reach. Dude, the games hold up. I haven't played through a Halo campaign in its entirety, like a complete playthrough like that, in probably about a decade. I did play Halo a couple of times on stream before, but it never went anywhere, right? Dude, they still hold up. They're still hard games to play, which is pretty cool. That makes me very happy. You know, sometimes, you know, you when you're on a nostalgia trip like that, right? You're like, you know, I remember this game, it was so good, and you go and play it, and you're like, wow, this game sucks. Halo is absolutely not that. It still holds up, which is, that, once again, that makes me pretty damn happy. Okay, let's start getting this exact, see if we can get some. 149.5, give or take. We could go 150, that's fine. 150. Divided by 8. 18.75 for hull segment 2. That's 10. Now, you know what? We can nudge the half wall to get this right. That's 18 and a half. And if we just do default and we go back 2 ticks, that's right. That's 18 and a half. I said 50 cost, not 49 and a half. Yeah, Blue, that's what I'm specifically referring to Bungie games. I do not care about Halo. I don't care about Halo 4, 5, or Infinite or any of those other crap games. I don't care. They're awful. They're not good. Like, I wanted to like them. I really did. I wanted to. They just suck so bad. This game's so gosh darn bad, bro. Oh my god. Stop. Have you played it, Halo Infinite multiplayer? No. Halo, I've watched people play it, Dean. Infinite multiplayer looks like Halo, but I will not be fooled. I'm sorry. Any goodwill that I had as a Halo fan was ruined during 4 and lost completely during 5. Yeah, Firework, yeah. I think we'll be okay. What was their reasoning for building these ships on the surface? Hellfish, these ships were assembled on orbit. Actually, this one was... In Halo lore, Mars has a shipyard because of the low grav well. That's where shipyards are on most planets. In most sci-fi. Like, not on most planets. In most sci-fis, you put the shipyards on Mars. The Autumn was made on Mars. Utopia Planitia, I think. Ray's McLeod's shipbuilding, if I'm remembering right. Which is, once again, that's all fake. It's not real. Someday, though, shipyard on Mars would be great. The reason why it's down on the atmosphere on Reach is, one, the UNSC didn't want anybody to know about it. It's really, really easy. It's really easy to spot the gigantic 1 kilometer long ship floating around on orbit. You'd be able to see it, right? The second part is they refitted the Autumn in secret. So not a lot of people knew about it. So they did it out at an old ship. They refitted it in a place where nobody thought they would, at a shipbuilding yard out in the middle of nowhere on Reach. Yeah, so they brought it in. They brought it into the ground. They brought it down to the ground. It's explained in the lore how they got it down there. It's explained in the book. They did the opposite of this. The ship basically does a retro brake all the way down, and then belly flops like Battlestar Galactica style. And then they have the retro packs on, and the retro packs fire, and the catch arms. Once again, dude. How did they get that right? The arms actually, they catch the thing. Yeah, these are chopsticks, so to speak. Yeah, that's the whole idea. That's the other reason why the flame trench is there, because the retro packs have to be active for a lot longer when it's coming in. Kind of like Starship. It's a little strange, Firework, how accurate it actually is. Yeah. 1.17 is big on a planet, but not that big on orbit. You'd be able to see it if it was in low Earth orbit, or low reach orbit, Dean. You'd see it. We could see the ISS. The ISS is nowhere near that big. I mean, Hellfish, once again, this all kind of makes sense when you think about what a dry dock for a 1 kilometer spacecraft looks like in the 25th century. Or the 26th century, I should say. It makes sense. You want to dry dock a ship, it's going to be easier to work on it down here. That's true. That's the same case in spaceflight. It's easier to work on stuff in an atmosphere. It's easier to work on it down here than it is up there. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that not every UNSC ship can do this. I'll go out on a limb and say you could probably get away with it with these ships because in lore, these ships were overbuilt. They were over-engineered. They're built super strong. So the ship wasn't designed to come down in atmosphere, but it could. And it could structurally stand up. But, yeah, this is kind of, I would imagine this is basically what a ship dry dock looks like in the 26th century. Like, the weird part is that I'm noticing similarities here. Like, I'm noticing similarities between this and Starship, like the catch arms. That's how it comes down, catch arms, right? It does a VTOL style landing with the booster packs, right? And then the arms catch the damn thing. Like, that's strange. I was actually thinking about this the other day. What the heck are those arms gonna catch? We need to build the actual latching point. I might need to get rid of a cargo bay to get the latching point correct, but... Overbuilt to an insane degree until we discovered the Covenant, that is. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then they were like, no, we should probably make more ships like that. You see what Supercluster just posted? Next Starship, mid-November. Called it. Called it. Anyway. Where are we? We're hull segment 2 to hull segment 1. Those arms are so fragile compared to the ship. I got it, don't worry. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Considering that all the armor is made out of titanium, it's titanium A. Right? Like... Okay, we gotta go up 55 meters from here. 55. Actually, just let me make sure I'm double checking. Yeah, I'm in the right spot. Okay, cool. So it's 55 divided by 4. We need to go up 13 3/4 walls from here. Yeah, right. Mid-November seems very soon. Havocs, I said right after the flight, 6 is going to happen sooner rather than later. One, because I think SpaceX knows better than to let a launch license lapse in this day and age, let's say. You know, in the past, the FAA has given them blanket licensing for flights, and they've said, no, we don't need to do that. It's fine, right? And I think given the circumstances next with what's going on here, they probably won't have that happen again. So also they need to make room inside of their integration buildings. They need to make room for the newer versions of starships and boosters. So ship 33 and booster 16? Yeah, we got to make some room for those. Hey, Eon, what's up, dude? I happen to be in the neighborhood, so I swung by the Northrop Grumman Rocket Garden. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff there. Cool. Third Mega Bay build when? I'm not finding the Supercluster post. Interesting. Hey Alex, off topic, but it seems Haas Ridgewind is headed to the hot staging ring splashdown zone for recovery. Hey, Darkru, where did they post that? Where did Supercluster post that stuff? Like, was it on X or something? I mean, guys, my gut is telling me that the hot staging ring basically imploded when it hit the water. But see, here's the thing. That's what my gut's telling me, but then again, Haas Ridgewind is out there. I swear if that thing is intact, I'm going to blow a gasket. Notification, then it is under launches. The ring is really well built. Yeah, it is designed. Perhaps the PEA said it was expected to break up and sink. No recovery attempted, but HSR just left Louisiana for this. Haas Ridgewind just left Louisiana for the splashdown zone. Interesting. Interesting. 106. Okay. Let me just check something. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 106 divided by 8. 13.25. If we did this right, this should basically line up with here. That's 10. And I'm pretty sure that's our rounding error. Yeah, that's the rounding error right here. This needs to be... We need to basically go up right here. Because what this is doing... I'm not taking into account this piece right here. Like that part. I'm working off the bulkhead here, so those bulkheads need to line up. The interesting thing is that we're a little ways off, but once again, I think that's from the rounding errors. I don't think so, Yarg. No. I think we'll be alright. Yeah, we're not even close. Well, at least I hope. I mean, if we hit the edge, we'll know. Okay, that should be most of the main block for the lower profile. So let's just go back. We'll hit the save button. Maya is video game modeling software. I use it because I pay for a license for it. Because it comes in handy to use it on stream for projects like this. What are you trying to make? What do you mean, Jawa? I'm making the ship. I'm making the Pillar of Autumn. We've been over this. Did I not explain this to you yesterday? Man, I'm having nasty deja vu right now. Yeah, now we got to do the upper part. Was there another JWoww that I explained this to you yesterday? And JWoww, this is the Pillar of Autumn. I'm building my factory into the Pillar of Autumn in Satisfactory because I can. Because I wanted to build big. It's Jover for Starliner. NASA further delays first operational Starliner flight. NASA will use SpaceX's Crew Dragon for 2 of its rotation missions to the ISS in 25 as it continues to evaluate if it will require Boeing to perform another test of its Starliner spacecraft. Oof. 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 Not really what you want to hear, but we can talk more about that during Space News. We post, but you might want to have this for Space News. NASA is weighing options for continuous human presence in low Earth orbit. Okay. Space News might get a little spicy today. Looks like NASA's deputy administrator at the International Astronautical Congress was hinting that they don't need another test flight since the test flight re-entry with crew... That they'll need another test flight since test flight re-entry with crew is in a commercial crew program contract. I agree. Yay, Spice News!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jensen. 91-month resub. Thank you. Branson is also committed to Space Perspective, which isn't a good look towards Virgin Galactic, which is having money issues. Does Spice News contain MSG? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Alright, now we gotta do the upper profile line. Perhaps devoting more dollars to low lunar and lunar surface operations. Or maybe perhaps, you know, don't award the spacesuit contract to the company that's trying to build you a new space station. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's a pretty boneheaded freaking move, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's truly the big glaring problem here, but once again, talk about that later. All right. Let's go back up here. And let's reset our locator to basically exactly where we are. There we go. Now we're going to work on the upper profile for the ship. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, let's just make sure our locators are set in the right position. Cool. All right, now let's go to here. Bring it up. all the way up, and let's figure out where the top of hull segment 4 basically starts. It's right there. Actually, that's pretty damn perfect. Let me just make sure they're both on the x-axis at minus 417, and one is 180 up. Perfect. Okay, so we got to go 180 up from here. We're using 4-meter foundations, so 180 divided by 4-meter walls, so we need to go up 45 walls from here. So, including that right there with the ladder, that's 10. $20. Here we go. How have the frames been today? Pretty crystal clear, Element. It's really weird. I only had bad frames after, like, the immediately after loading that patch. And now it's, you know, yesterday and today it's been fine. Which is, all right. So that's 20, 30. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they somewhere in the patch was some kind of garbage collection or something, dude. That's my guess. Like, but then again, I ain't no software guy. $10, $20, $30, $40. Now we need to go up 5. Some amazing drawings for the build. It's the model from the game, so. I'm not clicking on that. I don't want to look at that. You're level with the first space elevator platform? Oh god, we are. Well, hey, nobody ever said the ships from Halo were small. Okay, 45 up. So we are right there where my cursor is. Now, let's go into the wireframe view. Now we need to go to the front of hull segment 4's bulkhead. I've been using that kind of armpit area as the front for it, so. Wow, did I set that perfect? Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. Are you going to build that ship in the game? That's exactly what I'm going to do, Vert. I'm building the ship in the game, and I'm building my factory inside of it. I know what the next question is. Why the heck are you doing that? Well, okay, 2 big reasons. 1, Satisfactory in, like, what was it, Update 8 or Update 9, moved to Unreal 5. That drastically enhanced the performance of the game. You can build much bigger, and it doesn't matter. First and foremost. 2, in light of that, because I freaking can. Because I can get it done. I know how to do this. Yeah, we could build this big. It's not a problem. See? I sincerely don't understand about how EU politics work. I don't think they understand either, dude. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Nobody knows how it works, but it's provocative. Rutro Raggy. What a thread that is. All right. The outline of that looks like a wedding cake on its side. Yeah. Yeah, Blue, that's true. We don't we don't need to worry about that. So 218 forward. 218 divided by 8, because we have 8-meter foundations, is 27 1/4. So we have 1 here. That was 10 forward. Nice. So if we're 10 forward at 1, that means we have 11. So now we should have 10. Yeah, because one of them's a half foundation. That's fine. Okay, cool. So we need to go forward 27. So 10, 20. Seven. Go out here, give me a half wall. Nudge it 2 back. We're 1/4 of a foundation out. Good. All right, now we got to go down from here. So what I'm probably going to do is give myself a little bit of a walkway right here. And now we got to go down to hull segment 4, which shouldn't be that much of a jump. So go over here. Make sure the 2 locators for the measurement are coplanar. And then there is a little bit of like a transition here, but we got to figure out what we're going to use for the top of the hull segment 4. I think we should use this line with all the marker lights on it. So let me go into our side view here and see if we can get lined up with that. That's pretty lined up. So we're 19 meters down. Okay, that's not too bad. We'll use the 1 meter foundation so we can be absolutely sure. Get rid of our little temporary scaffolding. There we go. All right. Fun note from IAC today. Tori confirmed they recovered the nozzle that blew out from the SRB for inspection. Cool. Is there any other project similar to this that you have already finished in any game in general? In Kerbal Space Program, I built an entire launch complex in stock KSP designed to reuse vehicles. I've worked on big projects like this before. It's not a problem. I'm trying to figure out, I don't remember where my backups for KSP are, but let's see. Oh. I used the space shuttle to assemble an entire ISS-like station, if that helps. I built the space shuttle in stock KSP. That's all stock KSP right there. And yeah, there's me building the space station out. I've worked on big projects on stream before. Yeah, there's the shuttle assembling it. I built a robotic arm and everything, and we basically used blueprints from NASA's Space Station Freedom Project. Like, I even had the right antennas in the right spots, storage containers in the right spots, airlocks in the right spots, robotic arms. The solar panels basically work exactly like the ISS ones. It's the same kinematic function, so they move exactly the same. There we are installing a solar panel module on the edge there. Yeah, see? I even made the docking rings look like the ones on Space Station Freedom. This is all stock KSP. The only real modifications to the game that we've made here is that I have a customs flag pack that makes a truss-looking texture, and that's about it. And then obviously United States and stuff. But these are all stock parts. That was a big mega project. Yeah, that's all in stock KSP. Yeah. That's not the launch complex project. The pictures from the launch complex project are somewhere else. But yeah, there's me bringing up the space station arm. I went into I went and researched how the installation missions actually worked. And how they went about bringing up the different components and at what times, and I put them in the shuttle payload bay exactly how they were for the ISS assembly missions. See? I don't know where the screenshots are, guys. I only have screenshots from when we decided to do the Space Station Freedom project. There's the full station. I sent that stage up. That stage moved something out to the moon, and then I brought it back, recircularized it, and then recaptured it in the shuttle payload bay and brought it back down. See? There it is in space. We actually wrangled it on its payload attachment fitting. So I sent it up on one shuttle mission. It did its mission, loitered around in low Earth orbit, and then we sent up another shuttle with the same docking ring, and we reattached it, and we brought it back down. I made alignment pins, like how SpaceX has for Super Heavy. We made alignment pins out of thermometers and RCS to make dowels and guide pins so stuff can line up. Condor 9 pad. Oh. Yeah, here. Yeah, thanks, Thomas. With the Twitter foo there. I made Falcon 9's launch pad, a replica complex of 39A. That's an old version, but even the booster came back and landed. And you could figure out a way to do it. You could figure out a way to reuse it if you could get it back on the launch pad. I made this with no robotic parts. The strong back actually moves up because it has a rocket engine attached to the edge. Yeah, so I've worked on big projects like this. Yeah, it's no problem. I'm used to being able to, or used to having a lot on my plate. That's what I like doing. I like challenging myself. Because if I'm going to sit here and play video games, dude, why the heck am I going to play them like everybody else does? Yeah, I know, Geeson. Yeah. I made Venture Star, if you're familiar with that, Vert. I made an entire launch complex for Venture Star. So, because I wanted to send an SSTO up in Kerbal, deploy its payload, have it go through reentry, land back on the runway, attach a tug with a tow bar, pull it back to the pad, put it back on the launcher, put new payload in, turn it upright again, fuel it, and send it. I was really into reusing stuff in Kerbal, because I think reusability is a good idea. Kind of want to go back into KSP and make Starship. But that's another story. Yeah, Dave. Yeah. I'm a GSE nutcase, dude. So, like, Mechazilla is, like, eye candy for me. A lot. Alright, anyway. I love the machine that makes the machine. It makes me so happy. Alright, hull segment 4. Let's get to the front of the bulkhead for 4, which is right there. Actually, that's almost it exactly. How far forward are we? 511 meters forward. 511 divided by 8 meter foundations is 63,875. Can't wait to see what this looks like in the end. Thanks, man. So 63,875, right? So we have 1. That's 2, 3. Now we got to go 60 forward. 10. 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. so we're at 63 on the dot here. You know what? Let's go 64, because it's 63.8, so it's close enough. Seeing that booster land on the chopsticks was it for me. I'm going full-time in engineering studies. Dude, Vert, I don't know if I have a picture of it. Bear with me here. I did make Mechazilla in Kerbal. We did it. I didn't land a starship with it because I frankly would, like, I'm not gonna lie. I needed to wait to see how SpaceX did it before I actually tried it in KSP, because I tried to do it in KSP and I was like, oh, there's also my Grissom class Corvettes in KSP, which are ships that we made that are inspired from the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. There they are. It's supposed to look like it. And I made these things fly around and, yeah, do stuff. I don't know if you guys like The Expanse. That's a scale replica of the Donager from The Expanse. We even figured out a way to make what's in Kerbal. We didn't figure this out. I put a Kraken drive in it, which is basically gaming the stock physics in KSP into making an Epstein drive. So the Donager was like 1,000 tons and we could just move it wherever. That's me landing it by the moon. Yeah, we did this with no cheats, but a cheese-y way of flying. See? Hey, Hurtful, what's going on? A Spaceflight fan and a Halo fan and called EJ? Greetings. Hurtfully, yeah, of course. The EJs of the world unite. How long to complete this build? Darkru, I'm setting a goal of the end of the year. Christmas, basically. Yeah, see, we figured out a way to make ships go fast in KSP by breaking the landing gear. This was me taking a screenshot every second, by the way. Anybody that knows a little bit about orbital mechanics knows that that's booking if you can see the planet moving. Mohole. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, there was a fleet of ships. I was moving a fleet of ships, by the way. Yeah. This is me doing dumb stuff in KSP. That's me doing some wind tunnel testing with an XB70. That's Star Raker. Concept from Rockwell of a space plane that's basically like a C5, a Concorde, and a space shuttle all combined into one. I used triangulated wings in KSP to be able to make smooth fuselages. Yeah, we made gigantic flying wings. Hey, Alleviate. Yeah. This thing took like 3 hours to get into space, so I only kind of proved it out that it could work, and then we kind of said no after that. The urge to go back to KSP. We'll do it sooner rather than later. That was the cuckoo clock. Don't worry about that. The last screenshot I took was was us testing the pins for building a crane in KSP. But yeah. Dude, that's not even scratching the surface of what we've done. Let's work on the task at hand, dudes. Okay, so this is the front of hull segment 4. See, this part is going to be a little bit weird because... Yeah, okay. Let's go in here. See that? That's the piece that we'll use for the top of the bulkhead. I've noticed some pretty glaring inaccuracies for this reach module to the CE model. Like, it's Bungie, so whatever. Like, why is there an open gap right here if the Mac gun is up there? There's supposed to be two Mac cannons in there. It's an over-under. It's two rail guns built into the hull. ships in Halo are basically a gigantic flying railgun. Think A-10, but spaceship. And that barrel, both of those barrels would be going through empty space right here with this model, because the railgun's supposed to go all the way back into the ship. You making something for Satisfactory? Alleviate. I'm making what you see on the screen. I'm making the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. And I'm putting my factory inside of it. It's 1.17 kilometers long. It should be big enough for a factory. And I'm also building its dry dock. It's from Halo Reach, if you're a Halo fan. I'm building basically everything you see on this screen. I've already built the dock. The dock's already done. If you look down there. See? I've already made that. That's the easy part. Halo Reach would be the cannon. Yep. I can not. Immediate. Grid Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission abort. Roger, Recon. It's your call, Sarge. We're going in. Get tactical, Marines! Master Chief, secure the Prophet of Regret. This is the only spot on Earth that the Covenant decided to land. That prophet is going to tell us why. Cannon int. Yep. Okay, so how far do we need to go down there? 40 meters down. So 10 foundations. Just to be absolutely sure. Ow. Okay. So that's the transition to 3. Hull segment 3. So we gotta go into wireframe, go down here. So this is the actual model from Fall of Reach that we ported into Maya. I'm just using it for measuring. We're not gonna use it for, like, I'm not gonna make this a mod and put it in Satisfactory. We ain't doing that. I mean, that'd be kind of cool, but I'm just using it to take measurements. See, this part of the ship gets a little strange, because hull segment 2 goes up from here, and then it goes down. Maybe we should get the block correct, but, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to have to do that right. Let's see, that's basically where it ends. Let's just go right here. See, some of this stuff is a little bit weird to get right in Satisfactory, but 78 meters forward from there to there. Like, keep in mind, this cutout right there I'm not including right now because that's detail work. I'm trying to do what's called a block out. Like the turret pedestal that's up here, I didn't include that. We didn't do that on purpose. We'll build that in later when we have something to build it into. Does that make sense? Just in case anybody was wondering. We're 78 forward from here. So 78 forward divided by 8. 9 3/4. So we have 1 here. We just zoop 8. So now we're 9. Now we need 3/4. So get me a half foundation. And go here. Nudge. Go back 2. That's 9 3/4. Done. Over here, so I have a little bit of a... Actually, we don't need that because we're going up. We have to go up for hull segment 2 from here. Just barely, though. I'm using, for people that know Maya, I'm using the measuring tool. Remember, we don't want armor plating. Not yet, at least. So we're gonna go down here. That's lined up with that slanted bit right there. 4. We're going up 4 meters. That's it? Okay. Easy. Okay, this is where this is going to get a little weird. Because we got to go forward all the way to here for hull segment 2. This is a giant cargo hold in the ship's design. But once again, we're not doing that exactly. Focus on this. Go forward here to the slope. So we're 65. You know what? Just because it makes it easier, I'm going to use 64. 64 forward. I know what this number is. I'm just doing it so you guys can see. We need to go 8 foundations forward from here. Okay, we're into hull segment 2. Now, this is the only time I think for a block that I've needed to use, we're gonna need to use a diagonal here, which is fine, that's okay. So, let's go here. So we need to go 24 meters. Okay, hold on. We need to go 24 meters forward and down. We can use the tilted wall. Where did you get that model for the Pillar of Autumn? A viewer got it for me. It's from the game. What's the length of this thing? I'm going to use this as a ruler in game to measure it. It's about 9 meters long. That doesn't divide correctly. Closest one would be 3 of these long. So that's 27 meters long, so it's not exactly right. That would be over here somewhere. We regret coming to Earth, and we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Yeah. Nice. All right, we got to take into account that the angled walls aren't exactly the length that we need, but it's close. So we should probably be sure that that's the right angle, because if it's down here somewhere, we're going to have a little bit of an issue when we go to make the armor. It's gonna get us close. You know what? We might be able to get this to 24 meters. Hold on, let me just measure 24 meter down. $24.5. That's actually pretty damn close. Hold on. Can we... Score. There we go. Technically didn't need to use a half foundation, but that's going to get us what we want. Just the angle is clipping a little bit, but that's no problem. Thank you, Nudge Tool. All right, cool. So that basically puts us right there. Because it was, yeah, 24.5. That's actually really good. That I'm very happy that worked the way that did. Okay, now we got to go to the front of the bulkhead for segment 2 right here, which is kind of tucked away underneath there. You see that? Remember, we're not doing the armor plating. I'm just getting the block out of the ship. We're not doing the rest of this stuff just yet. We'll go forward just a smidge. That's 56, give or take. So 7 foundations forward. 56 divided by 8. Yep. Cool. All right, let's go get one of these. We need to go 7 foundations. We already have one that's made out of 2 half walls, so we go zoop forward 6. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look down and see if we're lined up. Where would we be relative to everything else? We should be lined up with the end of hull segment 2. Oh. Yeah, not exactly. We're a little ways off, but that's probably because I had to kind of approximate where these hulls end, because sometimes they don't end at the exact same spots. But averaging the blocks should be... that should be right. How far are we off? 32 meters off. Ugh, that's kind of glaring. Hold on. Why do we have such a big difference between the ends of hull segment 4? So that's where hull segment 3 starts. Here. How long would it take you to model a banana that you could move around the pillar of bottom model to show scale? Yes? Wouldn't take very long, but... why? No, banana for scale, I get it. I'm wondering why I came up with such a glaring difference between the end of hull segment 4. This line and that line should be pretty damn close. I made a mistake somewhere to get it off. To make the difference that big. Unless... hold on. Unless the bulkhead shifts forward. It does. It does shift forward. So those two should not be aligned. It does go up. See? The flat part right here, the flat part of that face is not coplanar with that face right there. If we look at it in the side profile, yeah, they're not aligned. Okay, that explains that. But what explains hull segment 3 is pretty much the same. If I'm going from this spot right here, which is where I would have gone from on both sides. See that face tucked in there? It's basically that. If we look at that from the side, that's all coplanar. So 3 should be completely lined up. In fact, I'm not sure why it's not. And that just makes me a little bit self-conscious here. Because this is the 3 transition to 2. That should be lined up. That should be right there. And it's not. Yeah, we don't round the same every time, Zarek, and that's what I'm worried about. We could use beams to get it precise, more precise than foundations. But remember, this is just a block out, but then again, are we? Oh. Wait a minute. That's the transition from 3, not from the sides. Oh, that's actually pretty close. So these side profiles might be a little bit off, but that's okay. That's okay. What about the 2 transition to 1? I've noticed that that's not lined up at all on my sidelines either. Oh, score! You know the Denzel meme where he's like, all right, sweet. Hey, King Kitten, what's up? So, because I jumped down, we should be able to get a reading if we go to the center line there. We take this thing, put that straight up. Once again, ignore the armor plating. We have to get to the bulkheads. We need to go up 109 meters from here. So 109 divided by 4. 27 and a quarter. We'll just go up from here. Yeah, it looks like I may have taken some of the side profile markers. Like we may not have rounded it as good as we did because I started nudging things halfway through, which is fine. That's all right. It's a block. We'll adjust it later. So we're 10 high from here, and we need to go 27. A little bit off topic, but do you have any recommendations for a book about space history? You seem to know your stuff. I always get a kick out of your book gag on the flame trench. Yes. I have a couple. Dave, you want it? You want a good one? Here's a good one. Man, Titan knocked over my cover and warped it a little bit. Crap. Rocket Ranch by Jonathan Ward. This is a good one telling like the nut and bolt history of the Apollo program. Yeah. You want good spaceflight history, this is a good one. Yeah, here, I'll bring it up full screen so you can see. Yeah, Rocket Ranch is awesome. It tells you how the Saturn V got put together. It tells you how all the different engineering systems worked. It tells you how the flame trenches were engineered. Yeah, I pull a lot of history from this book. Probably a good place to start. This is a good read. Failure's Not an Option by Gene Kranz is another good one. Sounds awesome. Yep. Yeah, Rocket Ranch is pretty rad. All right, how tall are we up here? We're 20. We need to be 27 and a half. Rocket Ranch is awesome, dude. Yeah, that's how I learned a lot about how the VAB works, how they scaled systems with the Apollo program, like... Okay, now it's just connecting the dots back to that. I'm still a little concerned why I didn't get the top of this right, but... Yeah, Yarg, we can round to the quarter. Round to 0.25. Rounding to 0.25 should be fine, dude. I'm more inclined to believe these measurements because those are they're much closer than the side profiles. It's only because I figured out a better way to do measurement. We can adjust the side profiles later, but there we go. That's what we set out to do today, get the vertical measurements on this too. So I'm gonna hit our save button and we're gonna go down and take a look. Dude. Pretty big. Here, let's jump down over there. This thing's gonna be so cool. What edge did I use to get the outer profile of 4? Hold on, I just want to check something. I must have used, like, something else to get that exactly right. But we can approximate it based off the top and the bottom because we know they're higher fidelity measurements. Like, this line should be more in line with that than anything. Like, we got to go a couple of spots forward. Hellfish, all I'm going to say is you constantly give me crap for getting distracted and then constantly link stuff that, while funny, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That's also an amazing advent calendar. And it's not over until... It's not Christmas until Hans Gruber hits the floor. Do you use the actual game model? That is the game model from Reach. We actually noticed, Hurtful, that the game model from Reach is actually not in line with the lore, believe it or not. The game model is 1,083 meters long. The Pillar of Autumn in Halo lore is 1,170 because 117. Because Bungie, right? Because John 117, you know. This is Sierra 117. Can anybody hear me? Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? Sir, finishing this fight. Anyway, sorry, voice box malfunction. I was just clearing my throat. So what I did was I got this model, it's from the game. I got it from a viewer who got it from the game. I got it from a guy who got it from a guy. And I scaled it. I scaled it correctly in Maya. The ship is 1,170, and I've been taking measurements off of the scaled Reach model. To give the Covenant back their bomb. Permission granted. Sir, permission to leave the station. I need a weapon. Right this way. I know a guy who got this from a guy who got this from Joe Namath. But yeah, that's the 3D model from the game. I'm using it as reference. You look nice. Thank you. Yeah, so we can just bump that forward to be in line with that and then just move these segments so they're more in line. The one thing that I'm a little bit concerned with is that hull segment 1 doesn't really match from that point. But then again, hull segment 1 is going to look strange because I'm going from the bulkhead. If we go into a wireframe view, the front bulkhead for hull segment 1 is right there. So there should be a good bit forward more, because once again, I'm not doing the armor plates, and there's your good bit forward. So hull segment 1 should look a little bit smaller anyway. Okay. All right, let's go Titan break. Let's go see what the Titans are up to. You told me there wouldn't be any cameras, and you told me you were gonna wear something nice. Folks need heroes, Chief. So smile, will you? Well, we still got something to smile about. How much firepower are you gonna need to crack one of the shields? Need a car up here? Nah, we need to get our steps in, Frosty. Goated game. So, Johnson, you gonna tell me how you got back to Earth? Sorry, guns. Classified. My butt. Well, you can forget about your modification to your A2 scope. Hi, Titans. Oh, power slug. Thank you. Sam Moore. Circuit boards. Look at you. Look at all these good boys. Look at all you good boys. These are good doggos. Look at you. You're stuck in the power slug. It's okay, Titan 4. Titan 2, what did you just do? Did you go doo-doo in the corner? You doo-doo iron ore? How does that even happen? What about you guys? Oh yeah, nobody did. Oh, I know. It was nobody's fault. Okay. Yeah, they're like Nibbler pooping out that dense material. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I got smart plates. All right. Particle enrichment. We're still waiting on making that thing, whatever that is. I got enough of everything else. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell that thing is. I don't even remember what it's called. Most of the late game milestones I've gotten from the lizard doggos giving me things. I have the most basic factory around. It is not something we make with this, interestingly enough. What the heck makes those things? Assemblers? Cooling system is what it's called, Trip. A blender? We need aluminum casings. What, Erudite? Cool. There we go. Is that enough casings? See, now I want to play more Halo. Well, Bucket, we played through Halo Reach. When we go to do the interior of the ship, we're probably gonna have to go play at least the first level of Halo 1. Me inside your head now. How much time was left? You don't want to know. Nope. One cannot simply play the first level of Halo 1. Just one question. What if you miss? I won't. Nope, guess not. Bet you can't stick it. Cooling system is in the blender? I just made one and I didn't see it. If Halo Studios remastered CE, would you buy it? No. It's very possible that I might be unlocking a milestone part that I have no business unlocking because I've been using lizard doggos to get all my milestone parts. Yeah, that explains that. Yeah. I'm working off parts that the lizard doggos have gotten me, so particle enrichment is not something I should be able to get, but the doggos keep giving me all the parts that I need, so... We're gonna have to go back and get all this. 200 casings, 400 sheets might be... Do we have enough? Now we do. Yeah, just put it all in there. We definitely don't have enough sheets. You know there's a search bar, right? Yeah. Titans, I have 172 cooling systems. You wanna give me a little more? Hey, Titans. That's computers. I'll take that. Silica is good. Hey, hello. I always like one that gives me ammunition. Bars are good. You tried. There's some aluminum sheets. We do need those. 2 explodey bits. Thank you, Titans. This goes really good with the metal music. Dogs aren't cheating. You cheated with Titans. I did nothing of the sort. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Pythos, they've given me a lot of spitter remains, so I mean, you know, I don't question it, dude. I'm just nod and smile. Nuts. I've maxed out on storage for electromagnetic control rods and crystal oscillators, which is alright. Yeah, I just have a turbo motor just lying around because I have a bajillion of them. I don't even know what to do with those things. I don't even know what they're used for. You got 50 just chilling right there. And then there's a bunch more in my interdimensional storage. Yeah, we need 28. 28 more cooling systems, and then we just have this unlocked. Then if we put the, so that's 2,000, 2,500. There you go. There's your quick wire. It looks like a turbo LS engine, but the turbos are in the wrong spot because there should be a transmission there. But then again, it could be forward. They could be forward-mounted turbos. No, that's, see, look, you got your harmonic balancer there. Okay, let's go over to the Titans again and see if they want to give us anything. Titans, hello. More computers. Thank you, buddy. Got a couple of screws loose. An arcade-style Galaga machine. Thank you, Peter. All right. Yeah, see, this is stuff that I built out to kind of make it seem Halo-ish. The whole Flame Trench pad area is going to look like this when it's done. Pretty metal. See, the railing was laid out according to code? Yes. Bruh. No, Slackster, they've been in the game for, yeah, I think Yarg's right. It's 0.8, I think, is when they put them in. I never made them, dude, so you probably wouldn't see me making them on stream because I already made my own custom towers, remember? Coming from the power station in the old save. It looks right. Guys, it does look the part. You're going to start the center with the octos. I'm kind of thinking where would be the best place to start from here on out. I think what we could do is I think we have enough information in 3D space to figure out where the hold down arms should be. That one is pretty simple. It's halfway through hull segment 4, so basically where we're standing. And then this one, it looks to be about halfway through hull segment 4. That's hull segment 5. It actually might be just a little bit forward. We can always measure it. We can measure where those hold downs are in game. Almost flight worthy. Oh yeah. Is that the thing about the X-37, Bill? 80-kilometer apogee, huh? I hope they did that not over a populated area because you'd absolutely see that streaking across the sky. We could try to make the octagons fit if you want now. I could make it right here. If we start building the the octagons here to there. Yeah. Why is your segment 5 starting with an offset on the sides and not the top and the bottom? Let me show you. It's because of the nacelles. See these, this nacelle right here has it has extra boost, but it also has your retro brakes. That's another thing canonically that this model doesn't really make sense. What are those retro rockets supposed to be firing into? You made a huge relief here for the rocket engines to fire, and then they put turret to... We're not doing that. Let me put it to you like that. We're not doing that. Just, yeah. The nacelles are what give me that offset. So like if you look, it comes out the back and then it goes in here and then it goes out, but it doesn't do that on the bottom because it doesn't have those nacelles on the bottom. See what I'm talking about? So if we go and look, that's reflected in our model. That right there is basically where the nacelles are. You can see their outline now, which is actually pretty cool. It warms up the turrets. Yeah. Hey, Kiffy. It's going, man. We should make the adjustment on our outside profiles, but as long as I know about it, it shouldn't be a problem. Guys, I'm gonna go take a leak real quick, and then, yeah, we'll start making out the octagonals and see if they fit. It supercharges the rounds that the turrets are firing for velocity. Duh. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Yeah, maybe they bent outward. They could have vectored thrust, in which case they could probably shoot outwards, but yeah. Okay. Octagons. All right, let's Nope. Nope. There's the test octo. All right, let's head right there. See if we can get this right. So the reason why I set this as fronts of the bulkheads is because it'll be easier to block the shape out from here. So give me the test octo. Okay, and then from here, we're gonna build out, we're gonna do a test build of the frame of the ship. The Pillar of Autumn is a very, in Halo lore, it has a very, very, it has a very specific type of design, so. The octagon should be blueprintable, by the way. Yeah. How did I do this before? Is that what I did, Kippy? Oh, yeah. That is what we did. Thanks, man. All right, so hull segment 4 has an 8-meter relief here. And then, if we did this right, all the way up there, it should be 6 of these. It should be 6 of these. Here, let me show you. This is how this is supposed to be set up. The interior design, the interior hull of the ship. Once again, this isn't finalized. What I'm going to do is just make sure that we're in the ballpark, more or less. I don't know the Halo lore, but the Pillar of Autumn was retrofitted. What changed? They upgraded, they basically gave it a modern propulsion crownless, making it one of the fastest ships in the fleet because it needed to be because of what its mission originally was designed for. Pillar of Autumn wasn't meant to find Halo. The Pillar of Autumn was meant to launch a surprise attack with the Spartan 2 soldiers. Actually, there's a little bit more to this than that, but long story short, when it was on Reach, it was basically going to launch a surprise attack against the Covenant that failed miserably when Reach got annihilated. And Halo Reach explains how they escaped and why they made the jump towards Halo instead. There's a lot of lore there, but it's a great backstory too. Yeah, no bottom box there. I understand that, Yarg. I don't like the way this design is set up because it has a 16-meter box at the top and then no box at the bottom. So I did a 16 by 8 box here, basically split that. And if you do that, it centers this box, the 16 box, right on the center line of hull segment 4, which will make it easier to find to reference everything. I already decided that when I went to build this. That's why, if you look, I have a half of one of the boxes there. So you should add the box to the blueprints. And that ladder, I'll leave the ladder because it's not totally worthless, but The other dirty secret is that Spartans weren't made to fight the Covenant. That's right. Yeah, they weren't. They were not made to do that. They were made to fight against the insurrectionists because a one universe government usually, a one universe tyrannical government doesn't fly very well. Thanks, Eric. Well, it's, you helped, dude. Your name's partially in the credits, homie, whether you like it or not. Yes, they do, Kiranov. You see them in Halo 1. When I go to get more reference for the interior of the ship, dude, we'll go back and play the first level of Halo. And we're going to take a lot of reference pictures there. You'll see. You see the maintenance corridors. It has dead space, just like a regular ship. Why wasn't there a console command to enable free fly? It's been a long while since I've played. Because that's not part of the gameplay mechanics. Center line of the ship goes exactly through. It basically splits hull segment 4 top to bottom. Okay. It's not going to mess it up, Yard, but the way I'm looking at this, if I did this math out correctly, is we're 8 meters too high here. Because once again, the catwalk should be going directly through it should be going directly through the square, interestingly enough. It looks like having no box down there is going to fix this. Is the bracing the same scale throughout the whole ship? That would be a guess, Aqualux, but we know what it is for like 90% of the usable volume of the ship. It's the octagon. What are your thoughts on Space Engineers? It's a good game, Creams. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll try this with no box. And I'll move the blueprint back just a little bit. Are the 4 slots ship bays on the sides? Yes. What are your... Yeah, okay, I already answered that. Sorry. Chat's moving... Thankfully, chat's moving a little bit slower. That's good. Allows me to kind of focus on what's going on. Good. Cool. Yeah, that's lined. All right, so let me just get rid of those for a second. Can you put blueprints on your hot bar? Yeah, I think so. Are the octos thin like this, or are they like tubes that run the length of the ship? Probably tubes, most likely, dude. This is just a test. This is just a test to make sure that our octo is right. But yeah, I think they're cylindric. Now, what the length is between bulkheads, I don't know. We'd have to probably do a little bit more digging into that. Dude. Dude, what? It's perfect. It perfectly lines up. You know, you can pulse the jetpack for way more height, right? You literally typed that as I was pulsing the jetpack. It's perfect. Wow. That's... Top one is a little bit off. Crap. But yeah, that's right. Dude, it fits. It fits exact, like almost exact. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's very strange that guys like... That's very weird that there's enough information to extrapolate exactly how this ship was built just from like one level that Bungie made and a couple of books that explain the lore. That's a little... How goes the ship making? Pretty good, man. I'd like to take a few pictures. You know, for the archives. I don't really know what that means, Crumpet. You're trying to light the lower barrier? What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. What is the lower barrier? I'm worried that might be spoilers, 'cause I have never heard of that. Oh, the lower barrier. Oh, you're talking about, sorry. You're talking about that? You want to light the bottom section of it. So go in here, right? You want to make the sign light up. Set everything to pound sign F, right? You set everything to white. Set the color. Go to your layout. Select that layout, right? And then go here and emission strength 3. There you go. No, the zigzaggy bit. That, yeah, I've seen people do that, but I'm not 100% sure how they do that. I've seen those things light up. I know. You're talking about the triangles, right? Yeah, I've seen videos of people doing that. There's got to be a trick to do it. You nudge the sign inside. Okay, all right, hold up. doesn't line up. Yeah, Crumpet, check out Fabricator's link. I know what you're trying to do. I've seen it before. I just don't know. I don't know the workflow for it exactly. You need the stock on the sign. Ah, okay, easy peasy. Yeah, I got it. Did I send a link? Sure, just get perms from a moderator. Here you go, Vargon. We should see if these things fit left to right. We should be 2 hull segments that way, or 2 octagons that way. I remember the way I did it was off the center, because that square is centered now. We need to go 1, 2 octagons out. Should get us 2 octagons and an 8 meter should get us to the sides. So how I did that was Check the link. Check the link. Check the link. Check the link. Whoa, check the link. Oh, that's awesome. That's a great composite. Dude, it really feels kind of world changing, dudes, that whole catch thing. Ah. Well, that just got me killed. Because the beam didn't render in time. That was close. The booster catch was a hey, wake up. Yep, yep. But anyway, thanks for the follow, Crumpet. Welcome in here anytime. Like, I don't have all the tricks in the book, dude, but pretty good at this. I built this big thing that you see below us. Subnautica 2 trailer just dropped. Ugh. Wow. Chicago. Just gonna use this as a walkable gantry. Okay, so that's 20. That one was 17. That's wrong. This sucker needs to be 16. And then we need another... We need another one that gets us to 20, which would get us centered on the octo. And then we need a little guy that just... 2 meters up. And if this is right, this should be 8 meters to the edge. Damn! Yes! Dude! We did it! It's amazing that this even fits. How does it... All right. Zarek, it's perfect, dude. It's perfect. Like, it's freaking perfect. You know, that just reinforces what we were talking yesterday. Yesterday we were so worried if the you know, if we what model should we use? Should we use the Reach model at 1083 meters, or should we scale it? Should we use the Halo CE one? Scaling the Reach model to 1170 makes this all work, because these would not have worked otherwise. This wouldn't have fit as perfectly as it does, and it fits perfect. Do you have any knowledge with the Detroit diesel, specifically in 8B92, or anybody in chat for that matter? Not intricate knowledge, no. I know what it does. Any diesel mechanics out there? Dude, we are so back right now. That's so cool. Are we still 16 meters short in height? Yeah, technically, Yarg, but I didn't include the armor plating. Remember that. I didn't include the armor plating on either side, which probably explains the 8 meters of armor. Because if I'm recalling correctly, in installation 00, that's how much armor, that's how thick the armor plating is, the titanium 8 plating. Remember, this is just the bulkhead. That's not like the whole cross section of the entire ship. You know what I mean? That's just, that's not taking into account this. See that chunk right there? And let's look, just out of curiosity. Are those two grid spots tall? Yep. Pretty much. Actually, they would need to be, because this represents 1 meter, and we're missing 8 on either side, so... Yeah, I mean, it's close enough, dude. It's not exact, but... I mean, that right there, so 1, 2, 3, 4... We got 4 there, and then down on the bottom, it has the same thickness of armor. See? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Close enough. We're, dude, not bad considering we're not being precise, like too incredibly precise here. But yeah, the armor plating should make it work just fine. But there you go. There it is. That's the hull of the ship. And then from there, from here, we can basically figure out how wide these sides are. See the flat spots on either side? Look at the left side of the Octo picture. It leaves room for armor still, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the 8 meter gets us to the edge of the armor wall. Yeah, and I took that into account left, right, but not up, down. So... Yarg, if we have one of those little 8 meter boxes, if I have one up there, one down there, one on the left, one on the right, that's taking into account your armor plating, right? Am I wrong? I think we're correct here. That's super huge, dude. I'm telling you, we're on, which is pretty good. No, the far left top picture in blue, isn't the armor dead above the space octos? That right there in this cross section is showing the cross section for the armor plating for the engine section in hull segment 5. It would be like if we looked at the ship from this angle. See? See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? That's the whole segment 5. You could see the outline of whole segment 5 there. Pillar actually has a huge, wide open area here. The armor plating, my guess is Okay, I've come up with an engineering solution here for why there's such a big space right there. First and foremost, they probably put it there because it looks cool. That's probably the biggest reason. Second, this is a vacuum insulator, so if your armor gets hit with plasma or it gets damaged, right, the heat doesn't go into the main hull of the ship. The armor basically survives as a frangible panel. That's just a guess, though. Probably not exactly right. Torpedo bilge. Yeah, but with plasma. So now what I'm interested in figuring out, guys, is if we look at this picture, right? Actually, you know what? We could just use the 3D model for this. Hold on. If we did this math right, from the length from that vertex to that vertex, if I'm looking at this right, it should be something that jives with the, it should be something that jives with our octo design. At least should be. Let's get our positional ruler out. So segment 5 will basically have another 16er cube up there. Yeah, for the most part, but there really isn't much bulkhead back there. It's mostly engines. Like, the usable component of segment 5, like where people go, is basically like right here. The rest of it is just engines and armor. Yeah, nobody really goes back here for the cross section. Most of the places where people go is back here, but that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be some structural design built into it. We're just gonna have to figure out what that design looks like. It's 56. Okay. that would mean that one armor, the side of the armor plating here, we go up 20. So we're 8 right there. That's 8. So 50, what, hold on. 56 divided by 2. 28. Okay. So that means it's 8 and we got to go up 20 from there. Which should... There you go. So how far is the apart is each octo bow to stern? Don't have that information yet. And right there. Now, watch. We take this and we move that way. We take that one. We do 20 meter that way. Watch, guys. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm just trying to get some stuff right in my head here. 12 and 12. Okay. I'm just checking some measurements here. Yep. That makes sense. Right there. See how that octo segment is kind of C-shaped now? How instead of completing the octo, I just made it straight, right? And then we know where the points are from our measurements. We know that's the point where the ship goes that way. It starts to angle right there. See what I'm talking about? There's your cargo bay. The midship cargo bays. See what I'm talking about? There it is. Now, once again, we have to put the blast door and everything in, right? The blast doors are right there for the docking bays. But there's four bays port and starboard here. And they're inset a little ways. And I'm just trying to see if this cargo compartment jives with the hull design. And it seems to be right. That seems to be correct. It might need to be inset a little bit more, and I think the cargo bays go further into the ship. Like, if we made the cargo bays go almost to the center line, that would actually be more preferable because it gives me more factory space in the cargo bays. Let me take more measurements here. $40 exactly. Dude, you can't make this up. It's perfect. Wait, hold up. Oh, it's not 40. It's close, but it's not. The entrance to it's 45. I was like, that's too good to be true. Are we building a spaceship factory? Yeah, that's right, Florine. I'm building the Pillar of Autumn from Halo, and I'm building its dock from Halo Reach specifically. And I'm putting my factory inside of the ship. I don't know. Everybody puts their factory in a building. Who said you had to put your factory in a building? Nobody said that. I'm putting mine inside of a starship because I can. Right? Like, screw it. Screw it. So the entrance portal here initially for these is 45, but if we go there to there, it's 36. Work time. All right, Yarg. 36 meter. There's got to be a way that this jives correctly. Don't worry, I speak jive. Six is 23 up, so that's right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Great shipbuilding music. I agree. Hang on. Is that one 5 meters? Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm just, guys, I'm trying to just figure out the profile here and making sure that the hull structure from the lore matches with the model. I've had to fudge a couple of things here and there, but for the most part, it's fitting. It's pretty damn close. Just want to say this is a great project. I've been enjoying the content. Keep up. Thanks. Josh, 90-month resub. Thanks, Blackbird. Okay, so we're 36 for the entrance portal there. So that would mean we need to go down 5 from here. Which, once again, basically puts us in the exact right spot. Or, no. Once again, there. I mean, dude, it's perfect. Like, that's pretty damn close. For just blazing this out of thin air, that just gives you a little bit of a cargo deck right there. So, there you go. That's your cargo deck. So, and once again, we could extend it that way. So the cargo holds could go all the way to the center of the ship, which would give me tons of factory space. I'm not sure. Here, let's check. Let's go to our web reference here and let's take a look. Right? No, that's launch bay 7. I mean, it'll look like that. Each cargo bay, a little bit smaller than that, but this is what I want. I wanted the cross section. How far did those cargo bays go to the center? Oh, they go all the way to the center. Oh, they already do that. See? There's a cargo bay there, and then it's there's a bulkhead, and then you could see it go into the center line of the ship. You know it goes into the center line because the MAC gun is on the center line of the ship, but it's just raised. The MAC is center of the ship if you're looking at it from the front. So yeah, cargo bays port and starboard go all the way to the center of the ship. So that means, you know, we have our cargo bays in here. Car don't go bay, cargo road. Your bulkhead probably would be somewhere halfway in between here. 8 meter. Vertigo. You get nervous when I start deleting everything? Don't worry about it. It's fine. There you go. So, check it out. Take a look. We go into our cross section here. Look, you have your recessed area, right? There's a little bit of a recess right there, per the model and per the cross section. Now, these aren't exactly going to line up. It's not going to be totally right, but it's damn close, right? And then you have your cargo bay, and then you have a bulkhead, a big bulkhead. And then the cargo bay keeps going to the center line of the ship. Like, once again, I am taking some creative liberties with this design, but if we go back and look at this, there's the outside, that's the outer wall of the ship, recessed. There's your outside docking bay. Right where that is, there's your bulkhead. And then there's the rest of it going to the center line of the ship. There you go. Easy. Done. It fits with this octagonal system. And I'm frankly amazed how well it fits with this octagonal system. That's, once again, I don't know if the Bungie guys did this on purpose. It might just be a coincidence. In fact, I'm willing to say it's just a coincidence. But also, the fact, if they did do this, the fact that they went through this much effort just to get the scale right is insane. But I don't think so, because there are some creative liberties taken with their own scale design. For instance, the maw is like 6 times the length of the Pillar of Autumn. Oh, that's awesome, Bandit. That looks really cool. The guy did a great job. Mine's going to be that inside of a ship. That's awesome. Yeah. Like I said, it's probably just a coincidence that all this lines up like this, but it's still cool to see. It's still cool that it does. You know, that's really neat. Now, what I want to check now is what's the length of these bays? Like, what's the distance bulkhead to bulkhead? So let's just go to here. All right. Nice. Actually, you know what would be a better way to do this? Nice. Nice. Let's check it this way. It's 36. So this should give us a good idea on how thick the bulkheads are. How thick are these octagonal rings? Right? How thick are they? Right? And what's the distance between the rings on the long axis of the ship? Because we don't really have any other information here. But we should be able to extrapolate it. Like, that just gives us a cross-section. But that doesn't tell you how far these things go forward and back. But we should be able to use the cargo bays to get an approximate. Or at the very best, round the numbers so it jives well with the rest of the design. It should be close. It shouldn't take much fudging. So if you look right here, this distance, the distance between the front bulkhead of hull segment 4, so this flat area right here, and basically where the openings for the cargo bays start, right? That's 36 meters, give or take. Now, 36 and 36 is 72, right? And we know we're 69. Nice. It's 69 between each cargo bay for the most part. But we have to take into account the thickness of the octagon, right? Is it actually that? Hold on, let me just go back. It is. It's 69. Ah, dang. If that was 72, this would make a lot more sense. And also, I just want to make sure that it's the same distance. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the best indicator for this, to be honest. Let's check the cross-section. It doesn't really show. It doesn't show it very well. There is a lot of space in between each deck, though. There's like a half deck in between each floor. And then there's elevators. I mean, this is just a cutaway cross-section, but I think if we can figure out the distance between that elevator and that elevator on the long axis, that should give us more or less our bulkheads. That'll show me where to put resource elevators and hypertube elevators too, because we're gonna, and wire harnesses, because we're gonna need a ton of those. Also, there's a train that drives around inside of the ship, by the way. There's a train that's on a loop. Yeah, little train. See it right there? What's going on here? I'm taking measurements just to figure out how I'm going to start making the hull of this thing, Ryzen. Could you not go and see how far apart the bulkheads are in the game? You can't really get near... Yeah, I suppose you could. Here. Let's, You're not gonna see it in Reach. The only game where you see the inside of the Pillar of Autumn is, Halo CE, so Halo 1. But, from halo.bungie.org, we can get a cross-section, more or less, of the ship here. Here, we'll, we're really gonna need to start studying the interior bulkheads of this. Like this, just the shapes and the corridors and stuff. Because there is definitely a pattern here to this, guys. Like, see how the long corridors all line up, and then the short, like the smaller ones, they all line up too. See that? That's not an accident. They did that on purpose. Now, keep in mind the scale of this doesn't exactly fit inside of the ship. From the game, but we still can figure out I bet you it's a concurrent pattern. I bet you it works. It just wouldn't work in that part of the ship. I bet you it works in whole segment 3. Yeah, exactly, Hoki. Yeah, Ryzen, we just finished playing through Reach the other day. I got plenty of reference, but yeah, it did bum me out again. Story still hits hard, man. Still hits hard. It's still tough to watch. Or tough to play. And the game is difficult, for what it's worth. Yeah. See, we can get this bulkhead design figured out pretty good. It's pretty straightforward stuff. It shouldn't be too bad. We might have to move some... See, what sucks is because they did this, because their level design doesn't jive with the actual model, right? Which is what, once again, why I think all this stuff kind of lines up by complete accident. What sucks about this is that, yeah, if you know, in the future people are going to go explore this and stuff isn't going to be where it exactly is in the games, which sucks. But hey, what are you going to do? What have you got done so far? I've seen the dry dock. So Barrelicious, I started getting the outline for the ship. And then I started using the octagons that I had before to try and figure out ship placement of things, like kind of where stuff lives. Now, here's the thing. We did figure out the octagon structure fits perfectly in my scale design. I did not plan that. I just started placing these things and they fit, which is great. What I'm really trying to do is, we know that the ship per Halo lore is made out of these. You have a 40 meter wide octagon, right? 40 meter wide, 40 meter tall octagon, and then you have a 16 meter square right there. That's what we did with the beams in the game. That's what we're doing, right? We haven't discerned thickness of this just yet, but I think I can figure it out based off of the game, right? Second part of this is that we need to go play Halo 1. Yeah, we're gonna need to. What I'm also trying to do is figure out the spacing between the bulkheads here. We're trying to figure that out. And going and playing, we could kind of inadvertently measure it. As long as we have a long hallway, like if we have a hallway like this, we can figure out how far these octagons are apart from each other. If we assume that they made the run to the front, purely for gameplay, and the rest is in section 3 of the ship, would it then scale? It's close. It's too wide, dude. It's way too wide. So main engineering fits in hull segment 4, and we know that main engineering is going to be right next to the cargo holds. That's basically where the cargo holds will start. And we know there's a big elevator right there. And that would make sense because that elevator would be next to where the cargo hold actually is. The cargo holds are right here. So it would go past the cargo holds. See, last, but I think you've got to take a lot of liberty with the interior layout just to make the factory convenient. Well, yeah, duh, of course. I'm trying to see how close we can get it. Fabricator, it would really bother me if we went to start building it and I figured out a way that it'd all work together. What I'm basically trying to do is, I know I need to fudge some things here and there. I get it. But I'm trying not to. Like, we're not going to do that. Obviously, we're not doing that. I'm not having corridors stick out of the sides of the ship. That's stupid. What I'll do for this is I'll put the mess hall right behind the main bridge, just like it is, and then we'll put the armory behind that in that 3D space, and then we don't have to worry about that ever again. Right? If you move the armory right here and put mess hall armory cryo B and then hallways on either side, all this fits perfectly. And then get rid of all this crap, and then we could put the life pod hatches here and here, and then everything fits. We'll have a lot less hallways. You won't need to run through all this crap to get to the life pod hatches. Cryo B is there. That is the CO cryo storage. There is a main cryo storage for NCOs back there. It's further back in the ship per the lore. And then main engineering we could still make that. I mean, main engineering, I don't know. Like, should we put power plants in there? I think that would be kind of cool. See last, but I think you're okay. All right, I already did that. Sorry, chat's moving slower than I thought, which is good. Yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know how accurate we're gonna be able to make cryo B. Like, I don't know what we're gonna use for cryo pods, right? But we'll figure something out. You know what I should do? Take main engineering and make it my substation. In my previous saves, I had all of my power plants going to one building, and then from there, the building split out with power lines going everywhere. So I could control power to my entire factory from one building. I think that's what we should put in main engineering. We should put our power distribution systems in there, and we should make it look like main engineering from Halo 1. ME is where where Master Chief and the Pillar of Autumn have a little bit of a party. If you know, you know. Yeah, can you imagine my power distribution systems incorporated into the main engineering room? It would look good. It would look really good. Where's the Duncan going to be? Well, there's the mess hall. It's right next to the bridge, dude. And in the game, Mike, they serve coffee in there. There's vending machines in the mess hall. In the game, that's actually in it. I should probably just show you guys. Not the same. Yeah, whatever. So actually, the interesting thing about this is that main engineering is basically going to be... Main engineering is basically where we're standing. Which probably we could use that, because main engineering would be right here. It's probably in this area right here. Which makes perfect sense. And that also is basically lined up with the bridge. Or actually, it might be a little bit lower. I'd prefer to put it on the center. But yeah, I'm going to have much more cargo holds in here. And there's, like, we're not building 1,000 bedrooms in this thing, you know what I mean? I mean, it could. Probably could get away with it. But I think we really need to go looking around through this stuff to figure out like where there's big hallways and small hallways. And what do our big and small hallways look like? What do they look like? I don't know. I don't know. Someone got the original one from Sketchfab. Yeah. Oh, dude. No freaking way. No way. You guys got to see this. Good find, man. Lunprod, your name's going in the credits, homie. Oh, well, this is nice. Dude. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, this makes it so much easier. There's the mess hall. There's the armory. But once again, you can see that it doesn't really align. There's cryo. Can we go inside? Oh, dude. Oh, this is going to be super handy. All right, let's see if there's any rhyme or reason to the hallways. Yeah, a little bit right there. There's a small corridor there. That doesn't really align at all. That does. That does. Now, is it congruent? Is it the same on either side? Oh, don't tell me the life pod bays are... That's the Halo. This is Halo 1. This is the Halo 1 Pillar of Autumn levels. Guys, this is all of it. So this is the entire extensive, the entire extent of what you see in what the hell? I'm confused. I'm assuming you heard the Starliner news. Yeah. Why is Launch Bay 7 still in here? Why is it there? That's not where it is. I don't think you're interested in F1 anymore, but FYI, Red Bull Racing was caught cheating using a device that sits under the driver inside of the bib tray that can modify the floor height manually during the race. Red Bull confessed that the device does exist and that they'll remove it for Austin. No, that's pretty good. Yeah, some of this is abstracted a little bit. This isn't exactly right. Oh, God, I remember this part. This part sucked. I hate that part on Legendary. You know what I'm talking about, right? That part sucks. And then, I don't know what this is. That's not supposed to be there. And then 7 is not... This is Launch Bay 7. This is the very, very end of the game. Interestingly enough. That part, yeah, that part's not fun. So this is not everything. This is not all of the Pillar of Autumn that you see. It's a good amount of it, though. But yeah, once again, just like Halo.Bungie is saying, like, it doesn't fit. It ain't gonna fit like that. We're gonna have to add some elevation to it. You know, dude, not even the mess hall. The mess hall wouldn't fit with the bulkheads on either side. So, yeah, we're gonna have to rearrange all this, dudes. But the good thing about this is that we can kind of see, give or take, where our octagons are and where they cross. So, right there, that's a straight piece. See? This is a straight piece of the octagon where the, there's a vending machine in there. If I remember correctly. Yeah, see? Drinks. Now, is there any cross pieces in here? Nope. I don't know why Launch Bay 7 is supposed to be there. That is there. That's not supposed to be there. That's where the main engineering is supposed to be. But once again, yeah, these are like Pelican docking rings right here. There's your maintenance corridors. I gotta find a bulkhead. There's another octagonal piece. This is the part of the ship that got a little messed up. Okay, you can see if the piece has an octagonal from the outside, if it has that cutout in it. Let's look for other pieces like that. I was afraid of this. Yeah, okay. This is where our luck kind of runs out. Because, guys, if you look at this, right? There's a straight piece and there's an octagon. There's an octagonal piece right behind it. That would imply that your octagons are offset, which is... If you hit the gear button in the bottom right... Oh. That's useful. Thanks, Lumpron. And that is facing the wrong direction. What's that, Baron? Jim Bridenstine's going to lead NASA Mars Sample Return Strategy Review. Yeah, okay. I was afraid that this would be a thing, guys. We're not going to be able to extrapolate. There's not really much here because this is level design. And sometimes you have to, you know, like I said, it's about fudging it. It's all bells and whistles, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like how this doesn't fit in the shape of the Autumn, right? You could see hull segment 2 and hull segment 1 right there. There's hull segment 1, there's hull segment 2. There's not a chance in hell that any of this fits in there. Because hull segment 3 probably starts right at where cryo B is, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that's fitting. And then hull segment 4 probably starts like way back here. What I was hoping, and once again, this was kind of playing with house money here, playing with house money. See, that octagon is going in the wrong direction. It's going front to back, which means that the octagons would be going port starboard, which they're not per the lore. So, yeah, that's, I'd say, see, here's the thing. We could say screw it and fudge it, right? Or we could go with the lore. With the lore, it would be easier to see where bigger and smaller rooms are. You know what I mean? It'll be easier for us. Imagine being the poor son of a bitch. Your births are up next to the Mac. Aqualex, if it was me, my Mac gun would be vacuum insulated. But yeah, it seems like our luck kind of ran out there. But that's okay. It's all right. It's really not an issue. The fact that most of this lines up is actually pretty awesome, dude. Meaning we could pretty much get a damn good idea about how every deck is stacked, what rooms go where, spacing between different rooms, right? So basically what I can do is if we go, I'm gonna move this way so I don't lose it. Put it up at the front. Basically, what we can do, this type of hallway. We know that this type of hallway, the big hallways, right? We know that the big hallways are gonna be parts that are intersecting octagonals. They're gonna be intersecting the diagonals on the octagons, right? We know that. So you got a bigger hallway, and then you have a medium-sized hallway. These medium-sized corridors here don't seem to be intercepting anything. So those medium-sized corridors are going to go somewhere where the big hallways aren't. Once again, we can basically piece these parts together to make the layout of the ship. We should be able to extrapolate it pretty well, actually. I see your tabs game and I respect it. Thank you. Yeah. We should be able to figure out the relative positions of bigger hallways versus smaller hallways versus maintenance corridors. That's pretty rad, dude. Yeah, we can make this work. I can make this work. This would have been a lot better if Bungie just made the ship bigger, but hey, whatever. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, see, that octagon's not going in the right direction. Is anybody else, like, just completely peeved that the mess hall isn't completely lined up with the bridge? Does that piss anybody else off? Because that kind of pisses me off. Why would offsetting the octagonals work? What do you mean? Oh, the happy room. It's the happy room. We got to figure out how we're going to do this. Good thing they're making games and not spaceships. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, there's no real rhyme or reason to any of this. There's some right there. It's like some of this stuff lines up. Wait, what's the difference between these life pod bays and the other ones? Hold on. Yeah, okay. Are those on the other side? No, they are not. This is going to take years to build? No, not if we take our time now. If we take our time now and figure out blueprints for everything, this should not be hard. I'm serious, it shouldn't be difficult. All we got it. So look, The way Bungie went about building the levels here. Look, they had a level designer, and that level designer basically modeled that thing by itself, and then modeled, they have like 6 different types of corridors here, and then just like, think about it like parts in KSP. You just take the parts, and they probably had an editor where you just snapped all of them together so you can make level design quick. This way you model 1 or 2 corridors, right? And maybe you have a couple of different texture variations, and you can make this using 3 or 4 different models. I can see probably, so there's the X-braced pieces. So 1, and then there's wide corridor, 2. There's narrow corridor, 3. Corridor corner, or corridor 4-way, which is 4, right? There is the support corridor, 5. Mess hall, 6. Armory, 7. There's some texture variations to the corridors right there, because in that there's a fire on that part of the map. Service corridor, 8. Service corridor cross is 9. Life pod bay is 10. Cryo is 11. In the whole cryo complex. And then other than that, I'm not seeing many other duplicates. It's just the same thing over and over again, just in different... Oh yeah, there's 12. There's the one with the windows. There's wide bay with wide corridor with windows. So 12. And then Covenant boarding. Covenant boarding life pod, 13. 13 assets here. That's it. To make that whole thing. That's not bad. That's pretty smart. Bethesda does that. That's how Bethesda makes levels. Like, you ever notice how Vault, like if you guys have Vault, what is it? What's the vault that you can build in Fallout 4? Is it 88? Whatever. The same idea. They're just a bunch of prefab pieces that you can link together. If there's a sudden stop, you don't want food flying into the bridge. Racing could be infill. Yeah, perhaps. John, what's your last? It makes sense to have some of the big hallways without the intersection, so you can move stuff. Like on the Enterprise, we had chain hoist rails. Yeah. Old school cartoon animators. Yeah, so like I've counted probably 12 corridors, 12 different assets here that are just all linked together to make one big level. Like, that's what they did, dudes. Oh yeah, there's also 13. There's the maintenance corridor, narrow corridor to maintenance corridor access. So that's a T-junction. And I'll bet you they have an editor where you could just clip all this together. And in the editor, when you clip it together, it'll just get rid of the wall automatically and put a doorway in. Or they have a corner variant of this and a T variant of it. That's it. It's pretty straightforward stuff. We can do the exact same thing in Satisfactory is what I'm trying to tell you. We can do that. All I'll need to do is model one of these. I'll need to build one of it. That's it. And one of those corridors. And then one of those corridors. And then we could piece it together like that. And if we do it right, we can get it to line up. This is entirely dependent on how far your bulkheads or studs are apart from each other. How far is an octagon from one to the other on the long axis of the ship? That's still a question that's kind of unanswered here. We got to figure that one out. We figure that one out, the rest of this ship should fall together really fast. Just build it as a ship and not a game level. Also seen here. I know what infill is, and I'm not exactly sure how that's relevant, Aqualex. The bracing could be 3D like infill. Okay, how does that... I don't understand. It could be octagons on all axis horizontal, too. Oh. I mean, that would explain the sideways. That would explain the sideways octagons. Need to look at it, Sarah. Give me a second. Finish the octagons, the last dimension in plane with the floor. What do you mean? I don't understand. Octolux. Yeah, those diagonals, yeah. Man, if this thing is built like that, holy balls, this ship is strong. Like, that... If the whole hull of this ship is made like that, that's, like, horribly over-engineered. That's, like, 1950s American automobile over-engineered. That's, like, you're surviving a nuclear blast over-engineered. Like, Vault Tech over-engineered. Yeah, I see what you're saying about infill now, dude. Yeah, okay. And that's the cannon. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly. This feels right, dudes. What I wanted to see is where 69 meters, how 69 meters comes into play here. It basically doesn't. Unless we go... What happens if we go from there? So let's go 40 this way. $60. No. The bulkheads really don't make any sense. It can crash onto the planet and not break. Yeah, no wonder this ship could enter the grav well. No wonder it could. Yeah, no wonder it could do that. Because that is like, yeah, absolutely crazy. That is a crazy amount of over-engineering. And also, I saw someone say it, how are you going to figure out where everything is on this ship? We're going to need, squids. Aqualex, what are the name of those placards? We got to use those. we gotta use those. There's a name for them. The bullseye. There you go. Thank you, John. We're gonna need to use that. Where's the zero deck, though? I would say the zero deck is the center line of the ship. That's probably the best way to do it, you know? We are going to need bullseyes. We're gonna need so many freaking bullseyes, dude. Holy crap. Oh, man. That's gonna take forever. That's gonna suck. No zero deck. Only deck 1 and level 1. Yeah. All right. I need to look at one more thing here. I need to find a way to get these. We need to find a way to get the docking bays fitting correctly. So this is the usable area in your docking bay, or at least the width of the door. Let's go there. It's 64, basically. I mean, that one is a little, they're both, it's kind of rounded a little bit. $62. Where does 62 end up? No. Christmas 2028. Shut up. Shut it. Hey, Ray. What's going on? Quiet. The howling wind. Let's... You know what? This would probably... That's 84. Where would 84 be? Between the octagons. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Nice barbells. Thank you. I'm trying to see if these cargo bays line up, if they line up with anything. Ideally, you'd want deck 1 to be the top deck, with the deck number increasing as you descend, and have the bottom deck be 1 and increase as you go up. You don't want to have positive decks and negative decks. That's just confusing. Yeah, they don't, Tessa. You have decks and levels on a sailing ship. Last. You can always use the decommissioned Navy ship plans to figure out where rooms should be. You linked that already. I have that from yesterday, dude. I saved it. See the link I just posted. Yeah, we're gonna have the main... I'd say put the main deck on the center line. Levels up, decks down. I mean, that makes sense. We don't have a water line here, but we have our center line right there. And the center line is almost at the bridge level. It's close, but yeah. We're gonna have to figure out deck and level spacing from here too, and how that jives with our octagons. But good progress. Good progress. I say the main deck is in line with the bay floors. The docking bays? Yeah, I mean, look. The center line goes right through the docking bay, so I agree. I agree with you. Let's measure 64. I'm just checking some things here. Let's measure 64 from here. So that's 40. That's 64. Dude, this thing is built like a tank. I can't believe this. Yeah. You know, I had a passing feeling that this thing was built like this, but I didn't think it was like a full, like a spherical octagon like this. I thought it was just columns kind of stacked on top of each other. And that's pretty strong in itself. If the ship's made like that, yo, dude, that's strong. Hey, Jerry, what's going on? And you know what the cool part is, guys? One of these octagons should fit in the blueprint printer. One of them should fit just fine. Just on a side note, that should make this pretty easy to do. There's actually going to be zero face for a factory if you build it like this, though. Not all of these octagons have to be like this, dude. It's only certain parts of the design. Like, you could see I have, up there, if you look, I hollowed out 2 octagons, which is the exact problem that I'm trying to figure out right now. That is what the bay will look like. It's not going to be full octagon, it's going to be hollowed out, because that's what it is. That's what it is in the section of the ship. If we go to our cross section here, take a look. See? It's all hollowed out there, so it's not octagons, you know what I mean? The octagons aren't there. The octagonal structure continues around that. Understand? And that's the reason why it has those huge braces there. That is the octagonal structure. Dude, come on. There's no way. That's the octagonal structure right there. It's just armor. There it is. You could see it divvying up the bays. Now the question is, what parts of the octagons are those? Because in the model, well, if that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, you'd have one basically right there. And then, kind of per the consistency here, you'd have another one. You'd have another one right there, but let's go forward to the other guy over here. I wouldn't trust the Reach model down to this level of detail. Yeah, neither would I, Oculux, but the problem here is that if we don't get this right, if we don't get this to line up, with the cargo bays are going to look weird. They're going to look funny. They won't fit in this area here. We might need to cut a little bit of this off if we do this right. Like, if we wanted to do it, like, correctly. Because from what I can extrapolate, those docking bays look to be 2 sets of octagons. They're 2 octagons wide, like that. If we make them 2 octagons wide... They're 9, that would be 96 on the spacing. 96. 96 meter. But what I was thinking is that wouldn't be part of the door structure. But also, if the octagons are protruding, right, out of the bulkhead of the ship, we would start here. And what does that give us? Just go out from either side here. $36. It's 72. That gives us a 72 meter wide because we're 36 and 36. That gives us, that looks like a base logo or something. But see, the other thing that I'm thinking about is that that doesn't jive very well with that, because that was the edge of the octagon. The edge is on the infill pattern. Yeah, I know. I see it. Brother, any time on the space news? Half past like it always happens, Tiberius. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Yeah, I got Chocolux. It highlighted because I'm part of that conversation, dude. Or something like that. So, Raiden, check this out. We're 69 between, right? And if we take our measurements from here, because obviously that's not part of the door is square. So if we take our measurement from there and we take our measurement from there, it's 72. That would be 72 meter spacing, which... that's pretty close. Like, that's close. It's not exact, obviously, but we know that the Reach model isn't exactly like the CE model. It's close, right? So, let's take 72. 72 times 4, right? 288. And let's take a look at the Reach model. Where would this stuff end up, right? So, if we started... right there, and we went 288 this way, where would the docking bays end up? See, they would clip into the turret a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. That edge wouldn't look right. That's a holding edge. It's a very defined edge right there. Actually, that wouldn't matter too much, but you do need some space there for this to look correctly. So, here's what I would do. Now, this is where we get into taking some creative liberty with this. Put that right there, and then set the forward one to 288, and see where we wind up. right there. See that? That'll look fine. One more thing that I want to check. What's the distance between there to the front bulkhead? If this gives us a number that jives with our grids, that jives with our octagons, we're good to go. So the octagon would end there. 12 and 16. 22, 28. If we minus 8 from that, gives us 20. Yep. That's good enough. That'll work. It's not exact, but it'll get us there. This is close enough. We're talking about, we're not talking like a 20 meter difference here. We're talking like a 2 meter difference now. I can fudge that from there. We can make that work. Yeah. So if we have a half cube, right? Start of the octagon, 2 octagons there, 1 bay there. Actually, the other thing that hold on. Looks like the turrets actually overhang that entrance. Not by much. You see, that's what I mean. Because the turrets are there, that'll throw your eye off if the turrets would overhang it, right? Now what I'm worried about is, so what's in here? Like this area right here, between the docking bay doors, how much space do we have in between each one? 6 meters. What are we gonna do about that? Yeah, this is a problem we're gonna have to figure out. Alright. Because this doesn't take into account the, it doesn't take into account that part. But then again, we only theoretically need to take that into account at the very end of this. But we also need to make sure that our bulkheads end up aligned at the very end with the rest of the structure, top and bottom. That's the... Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna have to mess with some numbers, dude. Gonna have to mess with some numbers. There we go. Just so I don't forget. I left a note to myself. What if you don't see him? Yeah. What if I don't? Okay. So, we're going to start up Space News. Guys, we'll be playing more Satisfactory. We'll play more Satisfactory after Space News. Just so you know, you misspelled Octagon. Yeah, thanks for telling me after I closed out of the game, guy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Keep up the bad work. There's a notepad in the to-do list, by the way. Oh, so many helpful comments after I closed the game out. You guys are so helpful. It's just, yeah, no, that's great. That's great. That's not helping me at all. There's a calculator built. There is? Oh my God. Your screens are all black in the center. I know. The power's out. We're getting new ones installed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's above your pay grade. Not sure what your plans are, but dinner's ready. Strimmer, do the thing. He's still in the factory designer? What's up, Etel? How you doing, man? I saw you streaming early today, dude. Trading card game that good? That good, man? Go eat food. People things. I don't need to do that. Yeah, Kippy. Should I make you a plate? What's for dinner, Bree? That was yesterday, man. I know your sense of time is off because of the morning launches. So you weren't streaming this one? Remember, you know this whole conversation? Just rewind 15 seconds and just pretend. Can you just pretend that that didn't happen? You know, asking as a friend. Can you maybe not tell anybody about it? Can you maybe not tell anybody about this? You got it. Oh, that's weird. I guess the page didn't update for the following page because I was like, wow, that tells streaming super early because I actually got in here early because I was trying to get that YouTube money. You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyway, chicken. Oh, it's chicken time, Bree. Oh, great. All right, guys. Give me about 15 minutes. We'll start up Space News as previously discussed. Per my last email with bold and underscore. We're going to stop the YouTube VOD now, and I'll start up a separate Space News VOD. And we'll go from there. Yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, you could just stay here. Anyway, Etal, how you doing? Forget that. See, that other conversation didn't happen. How are you? How was playing trading card game last night? Was it good? I gotta go. All right, be right back.